Thank you for your patience.
Sorry about that.
Welcome to the regularly scheduled public meeting of November 8th, 2023 of the Township of Washington Township Council. Adequate notice of the meeting was given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by the Township Clerk to at least 2 newspapers in January, and this meeting has been posted on the Township Bulletin Board, Electronic Message Board, WCTV, and on the Township website. Please notify the municipal clerk for any disability requirements necessary for attendance at mayor and council meetings. The fire exits are located through the double doors to your right and through the door on your left. Please silence all cell phones. Salute to the flag. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So roll call, please.
Councilman Casio.
Here.
Councilwoman Feeney. Councilman Sears.
Here.
Councilwoman Velez.
Here.
Council President Morgan.
Here. Let the record reflect also in attendance Mayor Calamari, Township Administrator DeCarlo, Township Attorney Poller, Township Clerk Witkowski. Also in attendance is Mr. John Corcoran, CFO. Please note, Councilwoman Feeney is away and is having some difficulty with her connection, so she will be in and out throughout the meeting. When she does pop in, do I have to announce her into the?
Yeah, we'll try to
Okay.
do it together.
Okay, tonight's PSA, new community alert system. Receive community information instantly. Sign up at nixle.com. That's NIXLE.com. Due to Town Hall being closed for Veterans Day on Friday, November 10th, the grace period for November 1st property taxes has been extended to Monday, November 13th. The Township of Washington book bin is now open and accepting books. The bin is located at Town Hall. Thank you to the VFW Post 6192. We now have a drop bin located outside of the library next to the locker system where you can retire U.S. flags properly. VFW Post 1692 will be selling poppies in front of the Fresh Grocer all week long. On November 17th, starting at 9:30 a.m. at the Bethany Community Center, VFW Post 1692 will be assisting the Sheriff's Office in distributing turkeys to veterans. To receive a turkey, you must have a veteran's identification. Green Team. The CSA Community Supported Agriculture Program will continue next year through June 2024 through November 2024. Please visit www.flocktownfarm.com to sign up. The township will be getting 5% group discount. Coupon code is WPL2024. Will that be on our website so that they can?
I'll get it put on the website.
Great. Leaf collection began Monday, October 30th with Zone 1. There is no white goods pickup during leaf collection, and the DMF yard will be closed on Tuesdays, but remain open on Saturdays. For safety reasons, do not park vehicles on leaves, do not place leaves near fire hydrants, and keep leaves at least 10 feet away from catch basins as per the Department of Environmental Protection. Bergen County Volunteers Chore, community helpers offering repairs and empathy, helps Bergen County seniors and those with disabilities remain safe in their homes by offering repair services. Chore jobs include installing grab bars, replacing outlets and switches, repairing leaky faucets, installing doorbells, locks, and changing light bulbs, smoke alarm batteries. Chore does not service emergencies. Appointments are available by calling 201-489-7790. The Township of Washington Ambulance Corps is looking for volunteers. If you can volunteer, please call WTVAC headquarters at 201-664-3784. Leave a message and either President Robert Fox or Captain Trevor Landau will return your call. Township offices will be closed Veterans Day, Friday, November 10th, Thanksgiving Thursday, November 23rd, and Friday, November 24th. The next council meeting will be held on Monday, December 4th, 2023 at 7:30 p.m. I know it's not on here, but I remembered, and we could add it to here even just periodically. the Kiwanis Club. There is information, I'm not sure, I don't remember the website, but it is a really good organization that you can get involved in if you just Google Kiwanis. I'm sure Washington Township or Bergen County. You're looking for that information? Thank you. Okay. Okay, we don't have any approval of minutes. And we do have some mayor appointments.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. Yes, it's always a pleasure to announce new appointments to our police department. So let me get the formalities out of the way first, and I apologize for any mispronunciation of names that I may make in advance. So to the Council President and the Council of the Township of Washington, please be advised that I am respectfully submitting the following citizens for the positions set forth below. Police Officer Andrew Lerner, effective date November 8th, 2023. And Carlos Reyes Panigua, I hope, effective date October 12th, 2023. So now I believe we can go to the fun part of the swearing in and the chief giving some information about these officers.
So welcome, everyone. I'd like to welcome the families of Carlos Reyes and Andrew Lerner. This is a big night for them. I do want to thank the police department who's out in full force tonight to support our new brothers that are welcome to our family. I know we have some other police officers in the audience, some of their brothers from another department that they just left. So it's nice to see that support. I do want to thank the mayor and the police director, Jimmy Giblin, for allowing us to do these promotions. The director proposes these after we do the interviews, and then the mayor approves them. I'd like to thank the council for always supporting us and allowing us to hire these officers and spend money to get them trained and keep on moving. So first, we are going to introduce Andrew Lerner. I'm going to tell a little bit about Andrew, then I'm going to ask him to come up here. I believe we have a picture of Andrew that WCTV might be able to put up. So I first met Andrew in 4th grade through the DARE program when I was a young DARE officer, and Andrew was even a younger officer. And I'm hoping at some point we're going to get that picture put up there. So yeah, I've known Andrew since 4th grade. So Andrew's a homegrown kid right here in Washington Township, grew up on Viola Terrace. He attended Washington School. Then he eventually went to Westwood High School, and he's a 2013 graduate of Westwood High School, along actually with Clayton Kenny and Peter Vereb, who are both 2013 graduates of Westwood High School. So we like to have homegrown officers that are serving in their own community. He's also a graduate of Montclair State College. He has a degree in child advocacy and policy in criminal justice. While attending there, he did an internship with the Secret Service. So the really good part was Andrew came and interned with us at our junior police academy. He was an assistant instructor. He met a good friend of mine from Secret Service that allowed Andrew to work a Secret Service internship while he was there. Also, while Andrew was at Montclair, he got hired as a police dispatcher in Montclair. And then when he graduated, Montclair College Police Department hired him. A short time later, he transferred to Clinton Township, which is a little south of here. It was a bit of a commute for Andrew. And we're happy to have him now. And I'm really happy to announce that even though Andrew has changed departments once or twice, he has now found a home and he's staying here, and he's going to stay in the township with his family, which is fantastic. He was also a Division III track athlete at Montclair State. He graduated from the Cape May County Police Department in 2017 when he was hired by Montclair. He's been heavily involved in community policing. In fact, he had 1 month on in Clinton Township, and they had him run their first Coffee with a Cop. So Andrew's that kind of kid that's just always a go-getter. He's always doing something. He's kind of a force in motion. Again, he just did a lot of community policing. He also created a custom program where they did a patch for autism in Clinton Township, and that was a big fundraiser. So not only did Andrew run the program, but he also raised money for charity when he was there. So I'm very happy to bring Andrew up here to be sworn in. I know that his mom, Debbie Lerner's, I think, going to come up and hold the Bible. His dad, Rob's, going to come up. And I know he has some other family, so if anybody else wants to come up for the swearing in, come on up. Andrew, come on up.
Okay, great. So left hand on the Bible, right hand will be there. And I'll just stand next to you so we can co-read this. I
Andrew Lerner,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I do solemnly swear
and that I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of police officer of the police department
in the Township of Washington,
in the Township of Washington,
in the County of Bergen,
in the County of Bergen,
in the State of New Jersey,
in the State of New Jersey,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure if we lost that picture, but there's actually a picture from 2004 in the DARE program where Andrew is sitting on my police motorcycle and I'm standing behind him. So if you want to see it, email me. I'll send it out to you, or maybe we'll have it put up next time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Robert. Good job.
Welcome.
Andrew?
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, next I would like to tell you a little bit about our next officer, Carlos Reyes. And don't worry, Mr. Mayor, Carlos already told us it's easier if you just call him Carlos Reyes. That's what he prefers. So it's all set. But we are very happy and proud to have Carlos with us. We actually waited a little longer to get Carlos here. He was an officer at NJIT, and we just had to wait to finish up some paperwork to get him here on a transfer. So Carlos was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He moved to New Jersey at the age of 4 with his 3 older siblings. He was raised in Newark. He graduated from Bloomfield Technical High School. From 2014 to 2018, he was a United States Marine. That makes me pretty happy because I'm going to be retiring at the end of the year, and we have a Marine to replace me. It makes me very happy. He was honorably discharged from the Marine Corps at that point. He had several medals. He had a Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the National Defense Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, a Sea Service Ribbon. He was a 2-time rifle expert, and he had several letters of appreciation from the United States Marine Corps. He graduated from Bergen Community College in 2019. In March of 22, he went to the Essex County Police Academy and joined the New Jersey Institute of Technology Police Department. He is a veteran liaison officer for them when he was there. He was also a resiliency officer, which means he's the guy that we talk to when we have some issues and we want to just sit down and chat. He's also a community engagement officer, and much to the chagrin of Dave Farazano, who's here tonight, Carlos just set the department bench press and squat record all in one day. So tonight for Carlos, I know he's going to have Rosie Castro hold the Bible, but I know he also has some family up here. So anybody else that would like to come up for Carlos, please come on up. Carlos, you want to step up?
The Bible, right hand there. I
Carlos Reyes,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I do solemnly swear
and that I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of the police officer of the police department
in the Township of Washington,
in the Township of Washington,
in the County of Bergen,
in the County of Bergen,
in the State of New Jersey,
in the State of New Jersey,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my abilities.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, welcome.
Good job, Carlos. Welcome.
Simplify.
Congratulations, welcome.
Congratulations.
I'd just like to say thank you again to everybody who came out tonight to support our newest police officers. Again, thank you to the mayor and council. Oh, and there's a picture of Andrew. We got it up there.
Can
So
we
that's,
zoom in? Can we zoom in?
That's Andrew and I a number of years ago in 2004.
WCTV?
WCTV, can we zoom
We're
in?
gonna have posters made, so don't worry, we'll have one at the Leonard House. So thank you again, and just have a great, safe evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So cute. That's adorable. How old was he there? Oh my gosh, how sweet. Oh, that's so cute. Did he know then he wanted to be a police officer?
I got a picture of the third grade with an orange shoe, like PLA. That was an honor in Jersey
We'll take a
City.
2-minute recess.
Yeah, it's another neighborhood Jersey.
I'd like to motion to suspend the rules to change the order of business so that the CFO report can go next.
So moved.
Yes,
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
So that was Councilman Casio moved and Councilman Sears second.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move to best practices. Is that correct? Is that the one? Yeah, okay. So, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Before I talk about that, I'd just like to mention one thing, if I could. Washington Township received monies from the state today for $107,500, which goes back to an ordinance from back in 2021, ordinance 2110, which was for $410,000, which was for various road improvements for Ridgewood Road, Hudson Avenue, and Bridge Street. The monies we got today were for Hudson Avenue and Bridge Street. So we're hoping to get the remaining for the other street later this year. I just wanted to mention that because at the last meeting, I had mentioned that the order comment number 3 regarding grant receivables, I was working on getting monies in, and we're getting even more monies in. So I thought you would want to know that. So
Yeah, that's great news. Thank you.
We're definitely getting in better shape with that.
Excellent.
And as far as the best practice report is concerned, I think you have the scoring sheets for the last 3 years for 2021, 22, and 23.
Mhm.
And if you compare the 3 years back in 2021, you needed to get at least 15 or more to avoid having state aid withheld. We got 18.5, so we were 3.5 points above what you needed to. And if you go to 2022, you needed 24 or better, and we scored 30, so we were +6. And this year, we needed 29, and we scored 36, so which was +7. And for 2023, the most points that you could score on this was 42. So 36 points, it's basically 83%, which I think is pretty solid. So I'm actually pretty happy with that. Since I've been here, we started at probably between 75 and 80. Last year we were around 80%, and now we're 83%. So we're getting better with this each year. Are there any questions on anything?
Anybody have any questions?
Where do you see our next points coming from to get up to that 40 mark? What area do you see that we can improve on? Or which one is the easiest one to improve on? You obviously did a lot of easy ones already. What's next in your opinion, would be the next one we hit?
Can you just bear with me 1 second as I go through this real quick?
Sure.
Actually, there are quite a few questions regarding lead remediation, which are questions 35 through 41B.
Okay.
And Washington Township really is not involved with that. So that could explain maybe part of why we didn't get those other 6 points.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, really, other than that, as I've gone through this, we're really adhering to what the state is required, is expecting us to, the way we perform everything, within the township. So that was the one area really that, and it was quite, there was about 6 or 7 questions there. But I mean, other than that, we most of the answers were yes. In terms of the ones that you were getting points for. Some of these questions, regardless of how you answer, there are no points involved. So it's not a straight, like there's like over 60 questions here. So if there were points for every question, you could possibly get 60 points. It's not that cut and dry. But for this particular year, 42 is the max. So I'm pretty happy with the improvements we've made over the last few years.
So for those questions that you talked about, 41 and 40, we have no lead abatement problems that we know of. That's, looking how can we score another 6 points or another 4 points? What's the easiest one to pick off? In your opinion?
Well, there was one question, I think it was worth a half a point, where regarding a shared services agreement to send those down. I'm sorry?
55B?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, it starts 54, 55A, 55B. I guess it's 50.
Those were not applicable.
Yeah, 54B.
54. Okay.
That's something we might want to look into doing, for future years. It was worth half a point. So they'll get you a little bit closer. So I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was in my opinion it was pretty solid. And like I said, each year we're getting better. We're getting a higher percentage of getting to 100%. So my hope is next year we'll score even higher.
And one other question with 55B, it says insufficient staff time to investigate and research. Who was doing that research, or who would you want to do that research for shared service, implementing it?
Well, I mean, that would fall on me. That would be something I would be involved with.
Okay.
And I, the clerk has given me the form that's required to fill out. So I do have that, at my desk, to look at. So that might be something we might want to look into moving into next year.
Thank you.
But like I said, there's a few things here, but overall, I think it was a pretty solid report. And what I'm happy about is that each year it's gotten better. In terms of the score, in terms of the percentage, the grade.
Councilman Cassie, if I can just comment on the lead abatement. When those questions came up, we already started working with Darius McCoy, our construction official, to work on an ordinance and do some research as to what he's seen in the other towns that he works for and surrounding us. So we're working on it already.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? No?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Corcoran.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Councilwoman Feeney is also in attendance electronically via Zoom.
Council President Morgan?
Oh, I'm sorry, you can, yes.
That's okay. No, so is everyone's okay with it? So it's okay if I say goodnight?
Oh, absolutely, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Good
I
night.
just want to make sure. I just want to say good morning. Okay.
Good night.
All right. Thank you. Good night. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. All right, where are we? Okay, so we move to, the discussion on DPW building, police department and DPW building. Who is that?
Mayor, how do you want to approach this?
Yeah, who's taking this?
It was my impression the council asked for both departments to come, so I assume the council has questions that they would like answered.
Okay, so there's no, okay.
No set agenda.
Okay. So, oh my gosh, well, I wasn't prepared for questions at this meeting. We had some at the last meeting. So I'll start. You saw the proposal for the DPW building.
Desiree, do you want them to come up?
Yeah.
So
Sure.
people can hear them.
Yeah.
We're prepared to talk a little bit about it.
Okay.
Maybe it should go separate.
Police construction here, right?
And yeah.
And the police construction is here and the DPW is over there.
Next time.
Right. So you look a little more prepared than I am for this questioning. I can rebut or answer, but
I'm
I'll let
hoping
you go
that
first.
we're prepared enough where it'll all make sense.
Okay.
Or maybe it'll spark some questions, which would be great.
Okay.
So we did look at 3 sets of plans. I know that the architect had several. So the captain and I sat down and we went through each set of plans and looked at some of the pros and cons. And we have a list, if you'd like us to go through it, of what we saw and what, kind of the pros and cons on each. So if that's good, we'll move forward.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to actually turn it over to Captain Calamari on this.
All right, you've all seen all 3 options, I assume. I mean, they're on the town website. I know you guys have had discussions. So with regard to option 1, we believe that addresses only the Sally Port and the holding cell issues. It does not address a lot of the other issues that were pointed out by us as well as Anthony.
I just want to, so that everyone knows, can you tell what option 1 is? What is it? Where is it? What are we doing with option 1?
It was listed, it was presented to us as literally option 1. It adds the Sally Port, the processing area and holding cells, in addition out the side of the building here.
Okay.
And it also bumps the front of the building out more towards the parking lot.
Right, so the existing building adding on to the existing area right there.
Correct.
Okay.
And it bumps it slightly out towards the parking lot and adds a little bit of office space over there. So like I said, while we agree that it addresses the Sally Port and the holding cells issues, it creates some office space because we're able to take office space or create office space, but that office space unfortunately is down in the basement. And it creates a situation where we have the chief's office and the detective bureau down in the basement. Those offices are often, sorry, that's option 2. Pardon me for the confusion. So it puts it moves the kitchen to the basement. The kitchen is also the break room, and the issue is the officers are on their break. They have to come up a full flight of stairs if they get a call. It doesn't put them near the communication center or the front desk. Also, there have been some mold issues in the basement going back several years that were remediated, but there's still a concern that that's where the officers would be eating. It lacks the need for office space. The open meeting room that it calls for is far too small for any department meetings. It does not provide for office space for the records clerk and administrative assistant. It also does not allow any expansion for male or female locker rooms. Finally, there's no second door to the parking lot for the officers. There's one door. The Sally Port obviously has a garage door, but there's no room on that side or in the front of the building to accommodate a regular door for the officers to come and go through the parking lot. Option 2, we believe, is actually the worst option. That does not call for any additional space other than the Sally Port, the processing, and the holding cells out the south side of the building. So like I said, we believe that's the worst one. That's the one that relocates the detective bureau and the chief's office to the basement. The problem with that are these officers are the ones most frequented by the public and requires them to go down a full flight of stairs. There is no elevator access to that level. And again, the basement has had issues with mold. Again, it was remediated, but there is some concern along those lines. Placing operational space down a full flight of stairs, again, where the public occasionally needs access to, especially with that configuration. It creates no additional office space. It provides no expansion for the captain's or lieutenant's office, which is already overcrowded. It's an office that was originally envisioned for 1 person, and it's now accommodating 3. It also does not provide for an expansion of the male or female locker rooms. It does have the same issue with no second door to the parking lot. Now, option 3 is the one we believe is most viable and most preferable. That is the one that includes taking this space and make it the space that we're in now, the courtroom, council chambers, et cetera, and giving that to the police department for additional space. And the only issue we see, so none of these are ideal, but this is most preferable. It addresses the space issues that we desperately need. It provides for all the deficiencies that were noted in option 1 or 2 do not exist. The only issue we have with that is the lack of a second door to the parking lot, as it is in Anthony's plans. We've already discussed with Anthony several ways to remediate that under option 3 which would not exist under the other two options. So that second door would not be a problem with number 3, and we've already talked to the architect about it. So those are the concerns, the issues we have with each one. Those are our opinions. We're more than welcome to, answer any questions or any issues that you guys may have, or anything you want to know as far as our input is concerned.
If I may, there was a question as to, I believe it was option 2 that would require you to be housed somewhere else, which was a hidden cost. Do you remember that part of the conversation?
Yeah, so, with option 2 and the moving of offices, it makes it very hard to operate in the existing police department. You can imagine trying to run a police department while it's under construction. So that would require probably to have us moved out. I don't think that's been factored into the price. The other issue with option 2 is that the chief's office and the detective's office, as the captain said, are both located in the basement now. They are the most accessible offices, and they would not be handicap accessible. So I think option 2 really doesn't work. I wouldn't recommend it at all. So yeah, that's kind of a big issue.
Good question. So option 1 and 3, you would be able to stay in place while the construction is happening?
Sorry, option 1 would be very limited because it does require renovating our existing space. Option 3 could do the addition out the side here, out the south side. We already spoke about this with the attorney. Not with the attorney, the architect, I apologize. They can do the addition and we can continue to operate. They can renovate this space, we can move into it, and then they can re-renovate the space we were in. So as far as logistics and operations, that represents the least disruption to our day-to-day operations, is option number 3. The other options all require reconfiguring the existing space while we're operating in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing I would add, if you wanted to just call your attention to the memo from Anthony from December 19 of 22, it lists some of the things that are currently lacking in the police department, and there are things that in this day and age you really need. I know that, Councilwoman Velez was nice enough to come down to Garfield with me. And again, Garfield, of course, is a bigger police department, but there's certain aspects in law enforcement that we don't have that we need. And I'll give you just an example off the top of my head. Option 1 and 2 here have no soft interview room or no lobby room. So in other words, when you walk into the lobby of headquarters and you want to report a crime as a victim, you're talking to that dispatcher through the window. Now, we have room to bring one person in and bring them into a private room, but generally anytime we deal with domestic violence situations, there's 2 parties. So invariably, one party is left out in the hallway in the public, and if somebody else comes in to get a report or to report something, that person who could very well be a victim or an aggressor is left in the public because there's nowhere else to put them. We don't have a soft interview room. In fact, when Councilwoman Velez and I went down there, Garfield not only had a soft interview room, they had a separate juvenile and a separate adult interview room, and that's due to certain laws and rules that work with juveniles. We could get away with a regular interview room, but not having that soft interview room really in the last year, I can tell you 2 instances where it's caused a problem and I think a bit of a liability. We had one where we brought a party in with a family with children, and the other person was made to wait outside, and it got kind of accusatory. They were telling us, why does that person get to go inside? Why are you leaving me out here in the public? And it had to be explained. We have nowhere else to put you. Rather recently, we had somebody else who was a crime victim that wanted to come in and report it, but it was something of a sensitive nature. So they didn't want to come in at a certain time. And when they came in later in the day, we were a little busy here and there was people coming in and out, and we didn't have a room to put that person in. So very simple. Plan 3 just gives us a room off the lobby that if you come in to report something, we come in and we take your report privately rather than take it through the glass window. It sounds simple, but it's something that we really do need. Some of the other options that I think we're missing, again, we don't have a department briefing room. We've at times used this courtroom to hold classes or briefings, but sometimes the court is being used for something else. And then we have nowhere to hold a briefing or to go over a plan, say like when we have half the department in for like a Halloween event, we got to put some stuff up on the screen. If this room's not available, we don't have that, and there's no room for option 1 and 2 to do that. It's another big need that we have. The other thing would be the expansion of the locker room. We have one female officer and some dispatch personnel. The locker room is already too small. And I think, we're trying to, do the right thing here at the police department and possibly hire more female officers. That's the thing that we actually learned. The other thing that we learned in our trip to Garfield was Garfield originally accommodated theirs for 6 female officers, and they had to, halfway through the project, expand it because they hired additional. So, we need to grow a little bit. I think option 3 is really the only viable option that we have here. And interestingly enough, I think, Steve, probably a year and a half ago, you had mentioned possibly, reusing this space. I know there was some talk about maybe the swim club, stuff like that, but I think reusing this space gives us that training room. It gives us ability to move one of the offices so we have a soft interview room. And I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in if I'm missing anything, but I think we feel strongly, the entire police department, that it's really the only way to go is 3. We get, a new office for the court on top of the new DPW building. The other thing that you need there is the configuration 1 and 2 are going to cause a problem with the municipal court system because you have to have a separate area for the judge. Right now, we have a separate area for the judge, but it's also separate from the court clerk. So the judge has to, if he has to leave his office, go to the court clerk's office. He has to walk through a crowd. Again, we get by, we make it work, but it's not the way that things are supposed to be done. Having a new court clerk's office and a new judge's office being contiguous with the court would just make so much more sense. So I think that's summed up. We're really prepared to answer any questions you might have. If you need us to come back at some point, we could do that also.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the day?
The only comment I had is, and stop me if I'm saying too much, was the difference between how Garfield handles their evidence and how we handle our evidence. There was a big, I don't know if you can go through the process, but it was.
Yeah,
I just want to stop you right there just for the sake of time. Garfield is a city compared to our town, so it's really apples to oranges. I don't feel there's too much value in that. If you could just, I get it, you guys want 3. Are there any other questions regarding 3?
I could just, talking to the architect, and when we were looking at option 1, 2, and 3, I concluded 3 is the best option for the town. I am concerned about his pricing for option 3, and I was hoping that we would have a discussion with him about how did he come up with his pricing for moving a wall, the price of a wall. But I see option 3 is the only way to go for the township. I wish we were as big as Garfield and had as much money as Garfield, but we don't. And I think, Councilwoman, we talked about this, especially the cost. I think it's doable, but I really would like to find out how did he come up with his pricing? Because it's almost $10,000 a wall to move, and I just don't understand that. But I would definitely go for option 3.
So I know that you guys don't talk about numbers too much. You just here to kind of share your opinion on the design. So those, I have questions more of a financial nature. Maybe Mayor or Mr. Carl, you might know. Chief brought up a really good point. If we are going to choose option 3, because I think I can speak for myself, I liked option 3 as well. I know Mr. Sears did as well. It sounds like you guys do also. If we were to go that route and they did have to come in here for however long it takes to build, was that money factored into Mr. Iovino's costs? Do we know?
Yeah, so neither one of us understand your question.
I'm sorry. If
unfortunately.
they are moving in and we have to kind of refab this to make it accommodating them because they're now outside of the space of there, was that money also factored into the?
What would need to happen is the new building would have to get built first. And that way what happens here would move to the new building and then the renovation of this area right here could get started. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, so all the moving of the moving parts for them to be able to work in the meantime while everything's under construction, has that all been factored into the
to the cost?
cost?
Yeah, because again, with that option, there is no additional cost. They can operate in there while the new building is being constructed like they do now.
Okay, so nothing, there's no disruption?
Correct.
Minimal, only in
Correct me
option
if I'm wrong,
one,
guys.
only in option 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so, I'm sorry, I forgot, Stacy. Councilwoman Feeney, I forgot you were on the line. She has her hand raised. Go ahead. She's,
Yes, I just was curious about Daisy's question, and are you talking in regards to the storage of the evidence? Is that why you were asking your question? Because I had a similar question with option 3. Does that change anything for them?
I could address it's not a security issue how we handle it. And so presently now, evidence comes in, an officer locks in a cabinet. There's dual sets of keys. So we are in compliance with the rules of evidence. However, the way they do it in a lot of other departments who have a little more space is like our evidence locker fits up against the wall because there's nowhere else to put it. You could actually have an evidence locker where you put the evidence in the front and the evidence comes out the back directly into an evidence room, and then it's tagged right in the evidence room. That actually would work in option 3. And if you think about it, right now, police officers lock up evidence when the detective comes in. Later on in the date, he takes that evidence in. It's all logged, it's all tracked, but then that evidence has to be brought downstairs to another room. I'm not going to say it doesn't work. It works, but it's much more efficient to have your evidence locker and your evidence room in the same spot. It just makes sense, right? It would be like going up to your bedroom to get a quart of oil, come back down to your garage and change your oil. It's just not an efficient way of doing things. It certainly can be done.
That's what I was getting at, the efficiency behind having everything where it belongs.
This goes back to, just so you know, we talked about getting an efficiency expert in here to try to extend some of the space we have. And basically what they came up with was that, the police department is really just the physical layout of the police department is too small for the needs right now. Just gaining this for a training room, office space, and to allow us to have the other things we need, the soft interview room, it really is the best option. And I think it's something that we don't need to rush into. It's something we can talk about and see what we can do, price-wise.
she has another question. Go ahead, Councilwoman Feeney. Did you just not put your hand down?
No, sorry. Yes, I just wanted to know, in the chief and the captain's opinion, which is the best long-term plan for the town, especially with Viviano, Franklin Court, and the other future properties possibly moving in young families. So if you could tell me what your professional opinion is on which plan you think will benefit the town.
We think that Plan 3 is by far the best option. I mean, it's really the only workable option that gets us anything in the future. If you want to chime in.
Yeah, I agree. The general consensus is option 1 and 2 are obsolete the minute that they're built. They do address a problem. I don't want to discount that, but they leave a lot of other issues that we're going to have to contend with, and those issues are only going to grow. So, like you said, Councilwoman, insofar as expanding our space, if what you're saying is it looks like we're going to have some population increase with a few new developments that are slated. Yeah, we talked about Garfield being bigger than us. Washington Township has expanded significantly in the time that I've been a police officer, and since this headquarters that we're operating out of was even conceived. And the PD has not expanded; it's actually lost space over the years. And so, yeah, option 3 is really the only one that addresses that. Thank you.
If I could just add also that, we went to Garfield because we got an invite, and it was the most modern police station, but I've also been to, in my capacity with the County Rapid Deployment Force, I've been to about 8 different headquarters over the last month in an advisory capacity because they've had, large protests, and that's just something that I've been working on my whole career. Anyway, long story short, I've probably been to, like I said, 10 police departments in the last couple of months, smaller ones. Tenafly Police Department, for example, who's very similar in size to us, is about twice the square footage of us. Everywhere you go, there are standards that are being met that we're struggling with here. And it's a lot of it's a matter of efficiency and just best practices or trying to get close to best practices. So, Garfield was just because it was the newest one to look at, and we were looking at some of the equipment they had. But our biggest problem here is just sheerly space. We've outgrown, the police department was built in 1934, renovated in 2000, and when they renovated in 2000, we lost 16 feet of space, 16 square feet. So we got smaller. That's pretty much all I got. Thanks.
I just want to say that Councilwoman Feeney says to please convey her gratitude for the interest. And she
Thank you.
has some internet issues. All right.
All right. Are there any other questions? No.
Not this
Okay.
time.
Council President, one quick second.
Sure.
We could certainly ask Mr. Iavino to come in person. Nothing would ever replace an in-person discussion, but just to kindly and friendly remind the council, when the question came up before, he did provide a written memorandum explaining like the costs. I can certainly resurface that. Probably, it's been a couple months, so like I can just bring it back to everybody's attention, but we can certainly have an in-person meeting.
Yeah, that would definitely be helpful. Again, because it's not in front of us right now, that's all. Okay. You could just send it. We don't need it in person. We can send it via email again.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank
All
you
right,
for your time.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Rich.
I'm assuming that the police CPW thing was together.
Well, no, the
No, the
DPW
DPW
guys are here.
Okay.
And while they're here, I'd like to get them to
Okay, you got it.
give you their comments also. So
All right,
guys, come on
come
up.
on up. Unless you're building again. You're the architect. Hi, can you just state your name?
Bill Lawler, Superintendent of DPW.
Okay, thank you. And you are?
Rob Casey, Foreman of DPW.
Thank you. Okay. All righty.
All right, well, it's obvious that option 3 is the best for the police department. For us, it only involves losing a little bit of space up top of the garage. It doesn't affect the garage itself. So our work operation really wouldn't be affected very much. I don't really have much to say here. Obviously, the council and our hours are different, so I don't see any conflict of interest with that either.
Okay.
It all depends on how the town wants to go.
You are so easy peasy.
So-
We want more, just like that.
Council President,
Is this the
may
first time you're meeting him?
I? So William, you guys are satisfied with the DPW building, how it's designed and how it suits your needs for the future coming up?
Yes.
And you have your room upstairs, you have your bays, and you have the extension that you needed and everything.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, yes.
All right, so the police have a separate issue. We just
Right.
want to discuss your building, and you're satisfied with the design and what you have, the capabilities of doing the township work in it now.
I think we can.
Okay.
We also have to consider that we have 3 departments in this administration, police and us, and we all have to somehow work together and fit into this footprint.
Right, right. But you're satisfied in your plans on what you have to do your
I
job?
mean, there might be a little few minor adjustments inside to talk to.
Well, there'll always be minor adjustments going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, to work through with the architect, just as the police mentioned with
Right.
their door and stuff, so that's important too.
We,
Yeah,
we saw that with the emergency services building, so it happens.
right. Okay.
Good, okay.
I'm sorry, what about storage of our equipment? How do you
That
see
is in
that?
discussion. I don't want to comment on that right now, but
Okay.
it is in discussion.
I mean, I would just like to add that none of the options help with storage of equipment. So I think we have to separate the building and how it operates for the departments
Right.
as opposed to what we're going to do with their equipment. But we have to isolate the two because just no option gets them additional outdoor space or indoor space.
Madam President, I have
Yes.
a question. So if we were not to put the dais and the meeting room there, basically, what could you use that space for?
It'd be more, the original plan called for meeting rooms, more offices. So we're losing some meeting rooms and some offices. But if we continue to use downstairs in addition to what we have on the plans for this building, then we should have another one. Yeah.
Even for foreseen growth in the future of maybe adding more personnel to the department? Would that affect it at all, or?
We have enough room for lockers and in the meeting rooms, yes, if we're going to add much personnel. The amount we're going to add depends upon the development in town.
Okay, well, that's basically the thing we're talking about, developments coming in, right? So not only do you have to increase the police department, you got to increase services, unfortunately, which will increase your taxes, which no one's happy about, obviously. But, I don't want to shortchange us if we need more personnel. So I want to know, do we have room for expansion?
As it stands, we do have room for enlarging our personnel.
Okay. And how much would you say you could increase comfortably with what's there now?
At the moment, we have 10 full-timers.
Mm-hmm.
So you can obviously, we have enough locker space, et cetera, to bring it up probably to 15 full-timers.
Okay.
Not counting seasonal, but again, that's seasonal, they come.
Right, that's different, sure.
Okay,
Okay,
that's room to grow.
thank
Yeah.
you.
And in terms of your meetings, because of our different schedules, you could always use our space, should you need more space for your meetings.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, you can always, the elevator, like I said, I was talking to Gerard about that. The elevator, we might have to use for lifting heavy equipment at the second floor if we're going to bring things up there. But, we'd have to get runners to make sure we don't damage any carpeting, things like that. But we would utilize what we could without, actually encroaching on it.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Feeney has a question.
Hi, yes, thank you. It was so nice to hear that everybody's now recognizing the fact that we've got all these properties and future expansion coming in. I was wondering if there was anything else you'd be looking for in the building that hasn't already been provided by the architect.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Is there any other items or structures you'd be looking for the DPW building that's currently not in the plan?
As far as the building,
Yes, or structure or storage or anything along those lines.
a salt shed should be looked into of the code or state. That's one structure definitely that should be looked into. But no, there's quite a few items which aren't in the design, but you can go out after the fact and get a suitable substitute.
And then also, what about the requirement that we're going to have to, store some equipment off premise? Are you comfortable with that? Do you have an idea for a plan?
We have no as long as it's a secure area, I don't think there'd be a problem. But that would have to be secure, so vandals can't get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
None for me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Take care. Careful, Gerald. Careful, please.
Oh, very nice.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to the report of the administrator.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. This is my report from the meeting from October 16th. First was resident concerns from Mr. Ferrara. He had two questions related to the 2022 audit. First was regarding the LoSAP program, which is the Length of Service Award Program for the Washington Township Volunteer Ambulance Corps and the Washington Township Volunteer Fire Department. The township funds individual accounts for the eligible members of the Ambulance Corps and the Volunteer Fire Department. Each individual member is responsible for their own investment strategy. All these accounts are with Lincoln Financial. Individual members must be invested with Lincoln Financial. There's no discretion. The following factors may impact the value of an individual's accounts: stock market performance, eligible withdrawals, administrative fees, and members' own investment strategy. This is basically the response to his question as to the performance of Lincoln Financial and how much control the members have individually of their own accounts. The next question was, how do we get from our AA+ rating to our AAA rating? The AAA rating, a review of the 2022 S&P rating report, indicates a raise in rating is possible if the township were to adopt more formal fiscal policies and maintain its very strong reserve levels while holding all other factors constant. That's a direct quote from page 3 of Stable Outlook, the report. A quote from Paige Fisher, who works at Lurch, Vinci, and Bliss, quote, "It is important for them, everyone, to know that a AA+ rating is fantastic, and from an interest rate perspective, there is very little difference between a AA+ rating and a AAA+ rating. Also, enacting policies and not adhering to them is viewed unfavorably, so they need to make sure their policies make sense and are reasonable so they can implement and maintain them. I will also say even doing those and maintaining fund balance does not ensure an upgrade." That was a quote from Paige Fisher when the question was asked of her in relaying Mr. Farrar's question. As I move on to council concerns and questions, Councilman Casio requests administration make contact with the Turnpike Authority regarding noise complaints along the Garden State Parkway, specifically behind Carriage Court, West Place, Gardner Field, and Fairfield Court. The request to the Turnpike Authority would be for sound barriers along the parkway. Mayor Calamari informed me that previous requests made to the Turnpike Authority for sound barriers were denied. However, I will discuss the matter with John Yakimic, our township engineer, in order to approach the Turnpike Authority again. I have had that conversation, and we're hoping to meet with the Turnpike Authority this month on an unrelated matter, and we'll bring up that topic with that. Moving on to updates, I'm happy to advise everyone that we received a FEMA reimbursement of $139,880. It was deposited into our revenue account. We also received the $438,750 from the Bergen County for the 2022 land acquisition grant of the former swim club. Capital ordinance has been prepared for this evening, permitting the usage of these funds for renovation of the property. Attached to this memorandum that was sent to council is the newly created yearly performance evaluation. A yearly performance evaluation is required by the Municipal Excess Liability Joint Insurance Fund for our best practices for employment. I created the evaluation to include the mandatory criteria established by the MELGIF. Also included is a harassment acknowledgement form that will accompany the yearly evaluation for each employee. This form resembles our continued commitment to provide a workplace free of harassment and focuses on the rights of employees to file a complaint and the existence of township policy in order to prevent harassment. Update number 4, Office of Emergency Management received their light tower. Council President, that concludes my report to council.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have the project tracker updates if you'd like me to go over them. I know I can do that very quickly. You did receive the report in front of you. Just to expand on it, our 2022 audit's complete. Obviously, you heard the report from Lurch, Vinci, and Viss and our CFO on the corrective action plan that has been submitted. Our 2024 and 2025 best practices of employment was completed. I provided the requirements to council in the checklist form that was submitted to MELGIF on October 3rd. Doing so before the deadline of November 1st allows us to receive reduced premiums in insurance. The difference card, we're introducing the resolution this evening. The library roof has been completed. Memorial Field, we plan on introducing a resolution for the December 4th meeting, awarding the proposal to a company named MRC. It's going to do significant work there, specifically and most importantly to address the constant drainage issue there. The Northgate Homeowners Association, they were issued a notice of violation and advised that they advised us that they were securing a loan in order to complete the repair. This in regards to the stormwater management that they have to do on premises there. I also met with Ed Frank and John Yakimic Engineering plans are in the final stage, and they'll be applying for a soil moving permit, and a loan is in the final stages of acquiring. That's good news. It's very good progress. Pascack Road resurfacing, obviously it's completed except for a little few minor punch list items. That's why you may have seen the signs out the last couple weeks. The public notice, that was our stormwater public information notice, was completed and mailed the week of October 2nd by Ridgewood Press. Senior Park, happy to announce that I should be receiving a proposal from a company to put in 2 bocce ball courts. Hopefully it won't be too late in season. We plan on introducing a resolution as well for the awarding of that proposal on December 4th. As far as the swim club recreation plans, the survey is completed. Boswell is working on the conceptual design. Town hall roof, I'm happy to say, has been completed. The much needed power washing will begin tomorrow, as well as the exterior painting to maintain our building to prevent any further, more expensive maintenance issues. Moving on to capital projects. The road program is supposed to start in the middle of November. I emailed the contract owner earlier in the week. I have not heard back from him. I also spoke with Boswell Engineering that was attempting to get a more specific start date. As of this evening, about 6 o'clock, they have not heard back from him either. However, we were assured in the pre-con meeting that it would start either the middle towards the end of November. Commuter lot, I did hear from the contractor. The equipment and material has been ordered, and they're hoping to start the week of November 20th. ESB is completed. The last payment was on the bill list for this evening for TechCon. Salem Road sanitary line, that is believed to be completed, and they have some additional work that will be hopefully authorized this evening through a couple of change work orders to address sinkholes on Beach, Hickory, and Robinwood, and also manhole covers on Pascack Road that need to be changed. Town elevator, we've received 4 quotes or proposals from companies that are all under co-op pricing. We hope to have that introduced with the selected company for December 4th as well. Musqueam Brook, I was informed by Boswell Engineering this week that they are currently designing the restoration of Section 7, which was our critical sanitary issues identified as 7.1 and 7.2, and they're developing the details for the shoal removal in Section 4. Significant amount of engineering calculations. That's what's taking the time with this. And that concludes our project tracker update, Council President.
Thank you. Report of Mayor.
Thank you again, Council President. I'll try and make this quick because there's a lot of people from the public, so I'll skip over certain parts. First one, it is with sadness that I report the town has lost another one of its veterans. Thomas Carbone, a longtime resident of our town and past Grand Marshal of the 2021 Memorial Day Parade, passed away on October 15. He served in the Army during the Korean War and received 2 Gold Stars. Thomas was a member of the VFW and Knights of Columbus. He was also a regular at the bagel store for many years. In 2012, he participated in an interview for WCTV where he shared his experience serving his country during the war. If you are interested in history, it is still worth watching and is on WCTV's YouTube channel. Police Department news. As witnessed this evening, the department hired 2 new officers. The department participated in the National Walk to School Day on October 4th with both Washington and George schools. They participated in the annual Town Day event on October 8th. Officers provided security, traffic, crowd control, and community policing. And the police department triumphed over the fire department in the first tug-of-war event. They again successfully closed Colonial Boulevard to facilitate a safe area for trick-or-treaters for Halloween. They want to express their thanks to the Bergen County Sheriff's Department and the Rapid Deployment Team for their assistance with the event. They sponsored the 2023 Chief for a Day to attend a New York Giants game with his family at MetLife Stadium and had the opportunity to go on the field to meet the players. On behalf of the selection committee for the next chief of police, Department Director James Giblin announced the next chief will be Captain John Calamari. Fire Department news. The department responded to multiple alarm calls and one mutual aid standby in Paramus. The department held an open house event for Fire Prevention Week. Members simulated a vehicle extraction where they cut up a donated vehicle with the jaws of life. The department also attended Town Day where they let children squirt a hose at a small house built by a few members. They look forward to a rematch for the tug of war event. To set the record straight, children are the main participants in the tug of war, with the chiefs from each department being the anchors. 2 members graduated from the Bergen County Fire Academy, firefighter Skylar Healy and junior firefighter Braden Roberts. The annual Ragamuffin event was hosted near the library, and on Halloween, the department was present on Colonial Boulevard also during the street closure times. DPW news. All football and baseball fields have been lined and painted. The garden debris collection and the household debris programs are complete for this year and will commence in the spring of next year. The metal and white goods collection program will restart when leaf pickup ends. Catch basin maintenance and repairs are ongoing. 3 employees of the department were called out after hours due to a storm that took place on October 12th to deal with some downed trees. All the trucks and equipment used for leaf collection were prepped, and the collection started early with 2 crews randomly going through the town to test the trucks and the equipment. Mark, you covered these things. Public affairs, the town needs a public affairs director. I ask anyone who may be interested in the position to contact me via email or call Renata Duleski at 201-664-4404. Garden State Exit 168 and Washington Avenue signalization. Our professionals have reviewed the plans presented by the engineer for the project for the Turnpike Authority, and a meeting is being scheduled to address the concerns of our professionals. Library, October was a spooktacular month at the library. The month featured special programs with the New Jersey Batman, tween chopped cooking competitions, fall bingo night, and the famous Halloween haunted house, with special guests being the Headless Horseman, saw over 300 visitors. Librarians did outreach events at back-to-school nights and gave tours to class visits in the library as well. I've added a new category, just miscellaneous, just quick things to mention that will come and go. The town was happy to work with our colleagues at Washington School to assist them in identifying a water issue. Repair work at the school is now taking place to address the issue. Also, we are having 2 poles installed on Pascack Road to hang banners advertising events going on in town. Since PSE&G changed the poles on Pascack, we have been unable to hang banners on their poles. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Okay, report of council. Councilman Casio.
Sure, I'm going to make mine real brief. Myself, Councilwoman Morgan, and Councilman Sears went down to the Chelsea. They had a grand opening over there. What a wonderful facility they have. I'm glad there are new neighbors in town. And if you haven't had a chance to take a tour of it for maybe a loved one, please do. It's a fantastic facility. And they had a nice party as well. And that's my report for tonight.
Okay. Councilwoman Feeney, can you hear? She's on mute, right?
Yeah, sorry, I just have to ask this evening because my connection is unstable.
Councilman Sears?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to echo the police chief's outstanding leadership in closing down Colonial Boulevard. The amount of protection that was given to the community that day was outstanding. I want to recognize Sergeant Rio Fascione from the OEM. Put a lot of work into that along with the county police. They made it quite comfortable for the residents to move about. Just to follow up on the PSA, November the 17th, VFW Post 6192, along with the county sheriffs, will be handing out free turkeys to veterans. If you would want a free turkey, please come down and have identification so we know you're a veteran. And they are selling poppies down at the shopping center. That's all I have. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Velez?
Yes, thank you. So mine is a little long. As the Mayor mentioned, on October 8th, we were able to host our annual Town Day. It was rescheduled from 10/7, unfortunately, due to the weather. It is a rain or shine event. However, there was threats of storms, so we quickly had to make the call to make that change. But it ended up being fantastic weather the next day. We have a whole bunch of performances, from dancing to cheerleading to the canine demonstrations. I want to thank all the emergency services who participated, our local businesses, and so many of the sponsors who helped make this day provide a wonderful opportunity to our community. And a big thank you to all our volunteers for their dedication to our town. As the mayor mentioned, this was the first time we did a tug of war between the police department and the fire department. And as he said, it's mostly about the children, and there's a chief on either side. The children had a great time. If you haven't seen the video, I welcome you to do so. The kids were just happy about winning. Congratulations to the police department for taking this year's championship. In agreement with Councilman Sears, Halloween, thank you to our police department, fire department, and ambulance who was present on Colonial, a part of the closure. It's nice to know that I have 2 hours with my daughter safely trick-or-treating along Colonial. And then once we're done there, we head over to the other streets for the good stuff, as they call it, the big candy. So thank you to all that make that possible to keep our kids safe for just 2 hours on Halloween. The fire department, again, having a little one at home, I was able to participate in the Ragamuffin Parade with her, and it's always a nice day watching all the kids, the young ones, enjoy their costumes, right? It's just once per year. And the library, they do a fantastic job. They did their scarecrow contest. I saw the green team had a great setup over there. I can't tell you if we voted for that one, but it did look great. The library does just a fantastic job with the Headless Horseman. So kudos to the library for doing so much. And if you don't take advantage of the library, please do so. They work really hard, and the ladies do a tremendous job. On Sunday, just a heads up, save the date, on Sunday, December 10th, the menorah lighting will take place at 6 p.m. outside Town Hall on the Pascack roadside. This is the third year that we will be celebrating this event independently of our annual tree lighting. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for making this possible. For our residents to also enjoy. And I also want to thank Valley Shabbat of Woodcliff Lake for partnering up with us on this event. Please stay posted on our website, and our Public Affairs Recreation Facebook page for more details. Tree lighting, speaking of tree lighting, it will take place on Friday, December 1st at 6 p.m. Please join your neighbors for a night of festive fun. As we have done in past years, we will have performances from our local schools, the Girl Scouts, and some of the other participants, our annual participants. Emergency services and the library will be joining us to share with us some treats, giveaways. We will have face painting, a couple of inflatables, music, and of course, the man of the hour, Santa, will be arriving in style, so please join us that night. Additionally, the PBA will be hosting a toy drive, so please consider donating a new toy that evening. And then I do have one more thing, which is exciting news. I think it's exciting news. So it's been whispered, and not so whispered, that the Christmas tree out front that we use is a little underwhelming. So I spoke with the administration, and I said, what do we have to do to get a real Christmas tree? So I'm happy to report that Amoroso Tree Service will be donating a 15-foot spruce tree that we will have out front. And one of my favorite parts about this is that the tree will then be transplanted at Sherry Field, which will hopefully help with the water and help beautify Sherry. But my overall vision for this is if we can make this an annual town endeavor, then we can kind of create our little own Rockefeller Center at Sherry. And each year we'll have our annual Christmas tree. So maybe we'll get a little plate or something along the lines. So really exciting that we'll have a real Christmas tree. So thank you, Mr. DiCarlo, Mr. Mayor, for helping make this happen. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So for my update, again, I just want to piggyback off of what some have said. Town Day was incredible. It seems the performances get bigger and bigger every year. So we had the littles out there as the first to kind of break the ice. They did incredible. So there was 4 and 5-year-olds out there, about 50 of them, shaking their pom-poms and doing their dance and saluting the flag in a respectful and quiet manner. It was really nice to see. And then having some parents report back that at the bigger games at the high school, the girls go over there and they salute the flag with them and they do the national anthem. It's just a really, if they've learned nothing more from cheer, it's to be respectful when they hear the Star Spangled Banner. So that always makes me really proud. The Halloween extravaganza, I guess, on Colonial, I happen to have front and center, so I love it every year. But I do want to thank my neighbors all along Colonial and those surrounding towns that really contributed to making it so safe and so warm and welcoming. It was like a party in the streets, really, is what it was. So there wasn't an incident, at least that anyone was made aware of. That was unpleasant. So I just want to thank Chief Skinner for keeping it very safe and organized, and the Bergen County Sheriff's Department was phenomenal. So thank you, Mayor, also for making sure that we had the resources that were needed to pull that off, because it seems seamless, but I know it takes a lot of planning. And then there were a couple of phone calls. I know that the swim club bonds have been returned to some people, and some people have gotten different denominations and different amounts. So I did reach out prior to this meeting to find out, where I can send some of the people who may be questioning. So if anybody is wondering, the WT Swim Club NJ, so WTSWIMCLUBNJ@gmail.com. They said email them. They will look into the questions or problems that you have. It's the best way for them to get answers. The full bond return is $725. So if anyone received less, it's generally meaning that they did not resign from the club properly according to their records. So again, directly email them and they will look into your situation. If you do have issues, you still continue to have issues and you're not getting a response, please feel free to reach back out and I will see what I can do on your behalf to try to get some more answers. And that is all I have. Okay, general public comment. To participate in the general public comment portion of the meeting, please click on, she didn't go right. Please click on the link below to join the webinar. If by phone, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. Each person wishing to address the council shall give his or her name for the record. And we ask that only one person speak at a time with a 5-minute limit. Speakers are to direct all questions to the council president. All members of the public and council are expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted, and the council president may immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments. Motion to open.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there anybody that would like to come up? Going once? Okay.
Those can be first.
Somebody has to be first.
Yeah.
Mike Proto. So I'm obviously here to discuss 450, and I want to commend the mayor and the council. I know it's been a bit of a winding road, if you will, to get here, but I think we have a historic opportunity, if you will, to purchase 450 to protect it from overdevelopment. The property's been a point of contention, I think, over the years. So again, we have a great opportunity right now to preserve that land. And I can only say I can encourage you all to support purchasing 450. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ellen Dugali, 749 Wayne Place. I want to give the council some article from the NorthJersey.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to read this article from NorthJersey.com. Woodland Park man charged in fatal hit and run on a woman on sidewalk. So this happened October 20th, 2023. A Woodland Park man was arrested for hitting and killing a woman Sunday night in town, according to authorities. Abdullah Parker, 57, faces charges related to the hit and run, Passaic County Prosecutor Camelia Valdez said in a statement. Police responded to reports of a hit and run near McBride Avenue and Hughes Place at about 7:30 p.m. Sunday. A Honda Odyssey van hit a woman walking on the sidewalk, and then the driver then drove off. Funeral plan for Woodland Park woman killed in a hit and run while on sidewalk. Lillian Zamwow, 31 years old, of Woodland Park, was taken to St. Joseph University Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead. Parker was charged with death by auto within 1,000 feet of a school. Death by auto, endangering an injured victim, and leaving the scene of the accident. The reason why I have this article, and I found it on NorthJersey.com, as I said, it is talking about sidewalks on Wayne Place, White Birch. That doesn't guarantee safety. We have a traffic flow problem, and I suggest it again, maybe a loop. The school the Board of Ed has to do something, not put it on the burden of the taxpayers on the blocks. Okay, we go over and over and over that, but this is what I wanted to point out to you, and this is the article. So sidewalks are not guaranteed for safety. And then again, we're talking about the town pool. I'm gonna email you, Desiree. I got nothing. I emailed them, I got zero. And I've been a bond member since 2001 or 2000. So, okay, and that's what I have to say.
Please email me. Thank you. You come up.
Lenny Sabino. I think pretty much everyone knows me. I'm not here to talk about sidewalks, but I am here to talk about Boswell Engineering and visibility into their bills that they continue to issue our town. I've attended several council meetings, and I know that Councilman Sears has mentioned several times around the lack of visibility into Boswell Engineering's invoices to the town. Specifically, I have several questions. The first one has to do with the agreement between Boswell Engineering for John Yakimic. My apologies. Yakimic, right? Of $49,000 per year retainer. The question is, on page 2 of this agreement, paragraph 3, there are certain requirements that he needs to abide by as part of this agreement. First one being monthly and periodic reports. So my question there is Boswell Engineering, specifically Mr. Yakimic, issuing those monthly and periodic reports to the mayor and council? Second question I have is, their agreement is for 2023. What is the mayor and council's thoughts on 2024? Is this position going to be put out for bid? Third question is, if you take the $48,720 divided by his hourly rate, which is $219 per hour, that's 222 hours that he's supposed to be potentially working on town assignments. My question is for the mayor and council is how do we provide, what visibility is the mayor and council into how this money is being spent? Is it being spent wisely? Is the town getting any value out of these hours? And secondly, what is the return on the town's money, return on investment on these $48,720? Another question I have is, since Mr. Yankovic works at Boswell Engineering, and we heard from Mr. DeCarlo this evening that Boswell is involved in a lot of projects in this town, how do we ensure that there's no conflict of interest? Is there oversight, or what is the oversight of Mr. Yankovic and the work that he's given to Boswell, specifically around the request for a bidding process? Last question I have is, and let me give you some context. I'm an engagement partner with a Big Four firm. I provide governance and regulatory compliance work for Fortune 500 companies, and as Tom knows, and Peter, I travel all over the world to provide these services to my clients. When I read this agreement, and I also read the proposal by Boswell, is this a normal engagement letter? Because my engagement letters to my clients includes terms and conditions. It includes scope, objectives, timelines, deliverables. I don't see any of this in here. Again, I'm not a government auditor, but I can tell you this would never pass a publicly traded company, specifically the board of directors. This is, again, my question is, and maybe it's a legal question, Ken, is this what you would normally see from a service provider to this town where we're spending literally hundreds of thousands of dollars? I think it's unacceptable. That's it. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Does anyone care to answer any of?
I'll answer some that I can.
Okay.
And then perhaps Mark can answer some also. They do provide a monthly report to me, and that's where I get the basis for many of the things in my monthly report. So that is being provided. No decisions have been made for next year yet. That process starts now that we're in November to see, we review all the town professionals. I'll let Mark talk about the retainer because I think he's in a better position to. I can't imagine any conflict of interest. I can't think of one offhand. If you have something more specific, maybe you can tell me about it another time or something.
Again, it's just a general question.
Okay. I can't think of any offhand, but we'll be mindful of it.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question because, again, there's no clauses in this contract
Okay. Mhm.
that talks to conflicts of interest, independence.
Yeah, okay. And your last comment about the agreement, I haven't looked at it since we approved it in January, so I'm not as familiar as you have because you have it right in front of you. But, we'll review it and see if it needs improving.
Hi, Mr. Savino. Just to recap some of the things that the mayor had touched upon. I've never really compared his contract or his proposal to other engineering from the previous years. It seems consistent. It tends to focus more on drainage complaints in township, drainage complaints as well as residential drainage complaints. It's, I think it's actually specifically $4,060 a month, which comes up to that. It was a slight raise from the previous year, which I think was $3,900, so maybe about $160 more a month. There might be one person I talk to more than my wife or the mayor, and it's John Ukimin. So he's very obtainable. He's very responsive to me. It's not an exaggeration if I tell you I speak to him every day before 8 a.m. To recap on what's going on in town. As far as the oversight, I could go into 20 minutes, but in asking you to have confidence in me that I can assure you that it's done, especially through our our daily recaps or daily conversations or multiple conversations. On top of that, he does provide a monthly report that's several pages long prior to that submission of the report to the mayor. We have an in-person meeting to go over every single item on there, which includes the township drainage complaints, all the current projects or all the capital projects. On top of that, we always have a minimum of one in-person meeting a week. So the oversight is definitely there. My next comment isn't to suggest that there was excessive billing or overbilling, but I can tell you in the last year, there has been significant cut down on extra charges and additional requests of Boswell Engineering attaching invoices to that monthly retainer. So I will review every bill that comes through my hands to review it, every line on that invoice. And there's oftentimes where I will essentially barter or negotiate with him that, I'd like to see this to retainage. Sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's a no. So that general engineering line is mostly consumed by his monthly retainer. It's also there for additional projects. So like attending the meetings about the sidewalks or providing guidance with that wouldn't necessarily be in the monthly retainer. However, I have convinced him on more than one occasion to do that. So generally, the agreement we have is until a project has legs, it's going under the retainage. Otherwise, it's fair, for his time and his energy and efforts. And it's not just Mr. Yakimic. Boswell Engineering does have a cadre of specialists, whether it's for stormwater or design. So there's many other people that work on things with him. I think hopefully that should answer all your questions. I also don't, no disrespect, I don't understand the conflict of interest.
Well, because he's acting on behalf of the town, but he's also giving additional work to Boswell. For example, the new firehouse, the ambulance, I'm assuming he's going to be involved. Boswell will be involved with the new police station, the DPW. I know he's involved in other projects around town.
Yes.
So maybe I should rephrase the question. Before that work goes to Boswell, is there a bidding process?
So first, let me answer the bidding process for the township engineer. It's considered a professional service, so there's no requirement to go out to bid. I believe the mayor, makes its recommendation to the council at the beginning of each year, and that's how the township engineer is appointed. There is no mandate that I'm aware of that says we have to use the township engineer for capital projects. However, that seemed to have been the common practice, and that's how we've continued it forward this past year.
Okay. Susan tells me my 5 minutes is up, so.
And
Thank you.
I'll just piggyback on that last thing that Mark said. We already have 3 engineers in town, and it is getting to be a bit of a challenge to keep track of all of them. So to bring in now even more for certain projects, we'd rather keep as much as we can with the town engineer if possible, because, bringing in another one, it's just more meetings, and more oversight of different people. So if anything, we're looking to cut down on the number, not necessarily expand the number of engineers.
Got it. I just want to ensure that there's policies and procedures and proper oversight.
Yes.
That's going on, including their invoices. And
Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up?
Darlene Mandeville, 751 Pine Lake Drive, Washington Township. I sent you all, the council members, an email regarding your resolution 23-350 a while back when you were first talking about it. And that resolution is regarding the parental rights. I gave you my opinion at that time, and I know that it differs from what you say within here. But one of my concerns in particular with what you're saying is that this resolution that you're putting forth and you're commending the school district to address is in actually in direct conflict with the New Jersey law against discrimination. And school boards and school board members are required to follow the code of ethics. And that code of ethics says that I will uphold and enforce all laws, rules, and regulations of the State Board of Education and court orders pertaining to schools. So when you're commending them to do something like this, you're putting our school district at legal and financial risk and exposing us in that regard. So not only do I disagree with the resolution, I think that that you're enacting this resolution, that you're going to expose us. I also ask that maybe you could consider, if you'd like to get more information about this. I don't know if you as a council have reached out to the superintendent directly, or even our county superintendent or the commissioner of education, if you need more information or questions on this. But I would hope that before we put something out that is in direct violation of the law, that we would at least try to find out and do our due diligence on the education, that the requirements that are required are necessary for this.
So I just want to respond because I personally have supported this. Our resolution does not place us, just to be very clear and to shed some clarity. Us passing a resolution shows support for what the Board of Ed was trying to do. It does not place anybody at a greater risk of a lawsuit.
Can I respond to you? I don't know.
No,
So
sure.
a little
Back and
different on
forth.
school boards
Yeah.
than it is on this. Well, I mean, if you look at the resolution that the school board actually put into place, they actually say in that resolution that parental notification is required under this policy when there is an observation or indicia of an adverse impact on the student's physical or mental health, safety, and or social emotional well-being, so long as this notification does not violate the law against discrimination or policy. And as defined by the law against discrimination, protected characteristics for school include race, creed, religion, color, national origin, ancestry, marital status, civil union status, domestic partnership status, pregnancy or breastfeeding, sex, gender identity or expression, affectional or sexual orientation, disability, liability for service in the armed forces of the United States and nationality. So, I mean, it clearly states in their policy that they are not allowed to do what you're saying right here in your resolution. So that's where my concern is.
So, yeah, we do they have a copy of the one that we, they wouldn't have that yet.
No, and that's not what she's talking about.
Right,
That's not-
right,
that's-
yeah.
No, we're going the opposite direction.
Right, so, yeah. So the whole point of the resolution is to show our support, that we understand that what they're doing, we support the Board of Ed. That is why I asked for this. This is why I believe Mr. Councilman Casio asked for it. We had residents who were asking for support of this. I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to myself.
Oh, okay. Are you answering? All right. So we are not placing, us passing a resolution does not place anyone at risk any more at risk for a lawsuit. So that is not what this is.
Well, when the council is saying that they're supporting the parental rights to, actually, where your part says that you're supporting the empowering to pass policies referring a parent's right to raise a child without interference, and that they where it is a parental right to be notified that their child wishes to have his or her gender reassigned, and that you're saying that they are actually I'm sorry, I'm reading it out of context, and I apologize for that.
That's
So
okay.
you're
that's
doing
okay.
it in your
I think
own-
at the end of the day, we're going to probably agree to disagree. I don't feel that we're placing anyone we're putting our town at risk. At the same time, I don't feel that staying silent when we really support something is honest and just either. So, I respect your opinion on what you're saying, and I respect your stance. I just ask that you respect ours as well.
I respect yours. I just ask that if you're going to make a statement like this, have you reached out to the superintendent or the county superintendent or the commissioner of education regarding this to find out what actually goes on in the school districts and what's going on for these items?
Well, I know that saying parents shouldn't be made, and I'm going to speak for me, I'm not speaking for the dais. I know that any terminology you can use that says parents shouldn't be made aware of anything pertaining to their children is something I can't stand behind. So I feel very strongly that somebody telling me what I can as a parent know about my child is never going to be okay with me. So,
And I'm not expecting it, you know,
But
there's a
that's the
difference of
verbiage.
opinion. But what I'm
That's the
saying to you
verbiage.
is, have you gone any step further if you're as a council going to pass this resolution to get any more information or to talk to any of those people to find
well,
out?
we've gone to the Board of Ed meeting, some of us, myself included, to see what goes on there. And I felt that they definitely needed support.
But you haven't spoke directly to any of those other.
Just who we're discussing at this Board of Ed with this resolution, that's who we spoke with. No, I haven't spoken to
All
anyone.
right, so for just my opinion,
Yeah,
I just
no.
think that there should be more due diligence with something like that if you're going to put forth this.
If it was a county resolution, I probably would speak to them.
But that's the process that you go through. I know there's always a, chain of command of something, but that is the process that you go through for this type of situation. So I just wanted you to know my opinion on
I
this.
appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm Ann Paolucci, 742 Wing Place. I'd like to speak on the same
I'm
resolution.
so sorry. 1 second. I'm so sorry. Just gonna hang on a second. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I'd like to speak on the same resolution. I'd like to know how many mental health professionals, experts in working with transgender youth, or even transgender people themselves, have you all spoken to in drafting this resolution?
Well, I am a mental health professional, and I'm actually double board certified. And I do work with LGBTQIA+ students.
Have you spoken to any of them about this resolution?
For 20 years, I've worked in this field, in this space.
Have you spoken to any of them about this resolution? Have we had any opportunity to have any discussion?
I've been to the Board of Ed meetings, so I've heard them speak.
Okay,
I've been following it all along since Murphy made the edict. So yeah, I've been educated in it.
So this isn't a political game, and you're talking about the health and safety of young people. I think you have a lot more due diligence to do beyond lawsuits. A lot more. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And I can tell you from a parent and from a person who has children of all different ages that spans 2 decades, the conversations that need to be had are in the home.
I'm a parent.
I'm going to leave it there. Is there anybody that would like any comments?
Well, here's my comment on the whole topic. And the comment is this: the state should not dictate what goes on, what a parent can and cannot do.
Agreed.
That's the bottom line. Okay? And I support any school district, whether this particular legislation was pro or con on this topic. It's up to the school board, a local governing body. And the state should not have any say in what a governing body decides to, whether it's school board, municipal, county. That's up to them. That's why you elect those people, right? Some people were elected here to do something. Okay? What if they came down and told you, you couldn't do what you want to do on your school board? That'd be an opposite issue. So I'm defending not the particular topic, but the right of a board to make a decision for their community, because they're elected by their community, to do what they see is right, what they feel is right for their community. And that's why I brought it to the attention of this council. And I feel strongly about it, as Ms. Morgan does. And I will leave it at that.
Is there anybody else that would like to come up? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Gerstmeyer. I'm actually a resident of Westwood. Full disclosure, I'm a former Board of Ed member of the Westwood Regional School District. I don't know if you recognize me from Zoom during COVID or not. I was usually in a box that small. Thank you, Mrs. Mandeville, for saving me the time of reading parts of the resolution and part of the Westwood District policy that was actually just enacted in August. It's policy 9244, I believe. She read aloud the part that actually references the state law against discrimination. So the current, if you want to throw your support behind the current board just passed a policy that acknowledged that they can't do what you're encouraging them to do. So I don't understand the point of it. I find the resolution to not be thought through. I understand the opinions behind it. I understand them. I don't necessarily agree with them, but it's bad enough if it was something like encouraging the school board to spend money on a football field or textbooks in the curriculum. But we're talking about kids' health, as the last speaker just talked about. So if the conversation should happen at home, I 100% agree with that. Absolutely. I would hope if my kids had that feeling in their heart that they could come to me for that. But in this law and this school board policy actually protects those instances where the kids don't feel safe and confident going to their parents. And it gives them a safe haven to talk to somebody they confide in the school district. So throwing support behind it, it seems like a broad stroke that helps support things you just said that I can actually agree with in that statement alone. But in the method you're doing, it doesn't make any sense to me. And as Mrs. Mandeville said, you are actually encouraging board members to violate their code of ethics. Now, I'm a Westwood taxpayer, okay? The theme of this whole last year in both communities seems to be overreach. And I'm a little tired of it. It started with board members not understanding their roles and reaching above and beyond what they should be doing as board members. Within the last 12 months to 15 months, there's been partisan influence in school board elections. School board members are nonpartisan positions that are elected, but they are nonpartisan. That is the history of what it is, and it's always should be that way. In the last 4 years, it's become some demented thing that needs to be fixed. And quite frankly, I think the two communities have shown that they're tired of that kind of overreach. Now, a lot of my taxpayer dollars go to the school district, 2/3 of it even. You passing a resolution trying to influence the local school board is not what I pay my taxes for my two kids to go to the Westwood Regional School District. You do not speak for my family, my two kids in the district, my wife, and myself. You do not speak for any Westwood resident. And quite frankly, you're not speaking for all the Washington Township residents. You may have loud minority, but they are not the majority. Encouraging the school district to break the state law invites additional legal fees to be incurred, which would negatively impact the budget and would stop other programs from running that were already planned for. And that's not what my taxes go towards. This resolution, as written, in my opinion, is ridiculous, but also factually, it's unacceptable, unlawful, and irresponsible. So, much like a solid white line on the Garden State Parkway, I'm asking you, please stay in your lane. Thank you.
Thank you. There's so much that can be said, but I'm not going to go there except to say that I appreciate the differences of opinions. Obviously, everyone is passionate about how they feel and how that comes across, at least here, is very cordial. So for that, I am appreciative. But understand, just as passionate as you are about your beliefs, there are so many who are passionate about parental rights, and that's just one part of the struggle that's going on in our district right now. It is no surprise, I don't think, to anyone to hear right now that academically, that is not the focus of anything that is going on in this community, and that's a sin, and that's where we're doing a real disservice to our children. But I'm going to get off my soapbox and keep the meeting moving, because that is for another meeting, which I will attend. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to come up?
Hi, Joe McAllister, 367 Wilson Avenue. I had a whole bunch of stuff to write, but Ms. Mandeville said half of what I was going to say, and Mr. Gershmeyer said the other half. It's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of law. And part of the problem might be how this resolution is written. So I read this resolution back when it was discussed last month, and I've poured over it a few times. And the use of the word commend here is it's a little unconventional. I've had people say, oh, well, that's just the council commending the school board for something that they've done. But that's not how this resolution is written. This resolution is written using commend essentially as a synonym for either instruct or to urge. And here's the thing. I know what town I live in. I know this is a conservative town. I know where the values stand. If this elected council wanted to say to the school board, bravo, we love what you do, I wouldn't love it, but I would at least recognize that it falls within the ethical and legal lanes that Mr. Gersmeyer spoke about. But you're the municipal council. You are not allowed to instruct the school board or urge the school board to take action like this. As much as Mr. Cassio just said that you don't want the state telling a school board how to work, I don't want my municipality telling the school board how to work either. And that's essentially what this resolution does. If I am misreading this resolution, then it's the problem with the resolution, because that's how it's written. Speaking only for myself, and I did mention this in an email to a bunch of you, actually all of you a few days ago. I didn't hear from anybody, so I don't know if you got it. If we were to strike that one therefore section where we're talking about commending the board and just leave in that part where you talk about taking a stance against the state, I would still hate it. I would still disagree with it, but I would respect the ethical responsibility of it. So, I mean, I don't really know how else to say it, but what that resolution says is not lawful. Now, that doesn't mean that you would be doing anything unlawful, but you are encouraging the school board to do something unlawful. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else that'd like to come up? Oh, I'm gonna, Amara, you can come up in the back, yeah. And then, sorry.
I just have a question. Do I have to state my address?
No.
Okay,
Not at all.
perfect.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Just your first
My
name.
name's Amara Geipel.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Amara Geipel.
G-E-I-P-E-L.
Thank you.
I-P-E-L.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to preface this by saying I am a transgender student in the district. I have been openly, I want to say 3 years today, actually. And I just wanted to point out that the way you have your resolution worded, it actually doesn't just go against the New Jersey law against discrimination. It also goes against Title IX of the United States Civil Justice Department, I believe. I did a little research before I got here. So under Title IX, it states that sex discrimination under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, et cetera, encompasses discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and transgender status. So Title IX basically protects transgender students from discrimination on the basis of gender identity. The resolution that you passed commends the Westwood Regional Board of Education create and direct implementation of a policy to immediately notify parents that their child asserts that he or she identifies as a gender different than the one on the child's official records. That is, to my understanding, stating that you are commending the school board to pass a policy that would out transgender students to their parents, which is unlawful under Title IX of the Civil Rights Act. So I just wanted to make you aware that you may not think that you're putting yourself at legal risk, but you are, because you're going against United States Title IX. So I don't know if you knew that. I don't know how much research you've done. I'm not going to claim that I do, but you are going against something that is written into state law. It's pretty easy to find. I'm more than happy to send you the information I have. But I also want you to know all the LGBTQIA plus students at our school, they're watching what's going on here. And we're all afraid. And we're all terrified. And it's hard to sit here and listen to some of the things that people say. And I respect your opinions, but there is a difference between your beliefs and my right as a human to have the right to tell people I love who I am when I am ready. And that is nobody's right but mine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I commend you for being courageous and talking about it. With that said, I'm going to speak again for myself and for parents who agree with me throughout the community, throughout the state, wherever. At the end of the day, I'm the parent. I have the right to know. My child is under 18. I have the right to know. You take away the ability for the parent to be that beacon in the dark, to be loving and have that conversation with them. And you paint us with the same stroke as the monsters that you can't speak to. And while that may be some of the few out there who can't accept their child, there are plenty who would openly love them with open arms and help them through it and support their decisions. And you take that from us because the state tells you to. Where's your anger? Where's your ability to stand up to the state and say, hey, give everybody the right to do what's right for them and their family? That's been robbed of us, and I'm not going to feel bad for that. Is there anyone else that would like to come up?
Good evening. Christine LaPaglia Egbert, 750 Wayne Place. First, I have a question to the mayor and council. I guess on social media, there's quite a few rumors still floating around about what's going to happen with the Washington school expansion, the sidewalks, the traffic issues around the Washington neighborhood. And specifically, there are rumors flying around that the district has already come to a conclusion about the sidewalks and the Washington school expansion, and that they have spoken about their decision in private meetings. And I just would like to know if you're aware of this, if you've been involved in any of the meetings, or if there's any kind of update for the residents, because I think we all deserve a right to know.
So I'm absolutely not aware of any decisions that have been made that are final, and I've certainly not been a part of any meetings. I don't know.
Sorry, Matt.
Go ahead. Mhm.
I'm in touch with Keith Rosado. He has committed to meet with us before the end of the month. He says, he will have some updates, but he wants the end of the month to get all his ducks in a row, so it's a productive meeting. That's as far as we've gone. I don't know anything else about what you just said.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything, Tom. You heard anything?
Does anyone know?
No. Okay.
It's hopefully just a rumor.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
My next question is also pertaining to, I believe it's both a Westwood and Washington Township ordinance that requires each non-resident enrolled in the respective recreation programs in the individual towns to pay an additional $25 non-refundable fee. I believe that for our town, it includes sports like cheerleading, wrestling. I'm not sure about football.
No, I think
Football
is
might
their
cover
own,
the
yeah.
expense for the kids that participate in their families. But I understand that Westwood directly reimburses its residents the $25 fee they pay as a non-resident enrolled in our programs, such as lacrosse. And my question is, why don't we do the same for our residents? And if we're not able to do this to our residents, why don't we try to at least renegotiate? I don't understand why it exists exactly, especially wrestling is done in our high school, which both Township and Westwood taxes go equally. So why do we have to pay an additional fee?
That did come up in the last meeting about if we're using our own,
Yes. Since most of what you asked has to do with an ordinance, I will defer to the council on that. I can, however, say that it's something that Mayor Arroyo and I talk about on a regular basis. And I'm hoping that in January, we will have a sit down and hopefully make some progress on it. Because again, it's something that, they instituted first. And, we couldn't just let that happen where they're charging our residents. So, it's it's childish, in my opinion,
Yeah.
that we're doing this, and I'd like to put it behind us. So, and I think Mr. Royal would also. So we're hoping in January to sit down and come up with an understanding.
Great idea. We're all one big happy family, Westwood Washington Township, and we should all be treated the same.
Does Mayor Arroyo share that with you? That in your conversations he shares that it's kind of like something you guys need to think about not doing, or it's too early for that?
Like I said, it's something we talk about generally at our mayor's meetings, but we want to talk about it more seriously in January after the upcoming holidays.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Council President, this is not the first time we tried to negotiate with Westwood on this. They originally started it, and then we went back at them. Then we wanted to talk to the council. They refused to talk to us about it. The mayor was on the council with me when we tried to get this done, and it just fell on deaf ears, and it just grew, you know. You tap for that tap, and that. You're right, it needs to end. There's really no need for it.
Yeah.
There's really no need for it at all.
It's a wash. At this point, it's just a wash.
I just like to say too that, I mean, my daughter participates in cheerleading, so I can speak specifically about cheerleading. And I know after the pandemic, Westwood actually waived the $25 fee for our residents for the first year. And then the next year, the cheerleaders actually raised enough money in fundraising to cover the fee for the Washington Township residents that participated. And unfortunately, this year, the head of the cheer organization, she just said there's too many, you know, participants from our town, and they're not going to be able to do that for the residents, even though they have in the past. And that the fact that their town covers the cost for them. I think if we can't negotiate something in agreement with the Westwood mayor, at least maybe our own town can do something to compensate the residents for that added cost. I mean, especially if a child's not able to participate because a family is concerned about the added expense, I think that's a shame.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we'll more to come.
Just to expand on what I said, yeah, I'd be surprised if any one town is netting a lot more than the other in these fees. And I have my own opinion, and I'll say it right here. Cheer is a private organization. I don't know that Westwood has the ability legally to say to a private organization, we want to see your roster because we want to charge those participants of the program more. And so I want to just try and put this behind us, but, you know, that's my opinion is, you know, it's different if it's a town-run program. Now you're asking a private organization to supply their roster, and you're going to say that they have to pay more? I have questions about that.
Yeah, it's not fair. Councilwoman Feeney's hand is up. She might have a comment for.
Yeah, I agree. You know, this has been going on for a few years now, and it's not fair to our residents. You know, it is nice to think that Westwood is in alignment, that we're one town because of the school district. But again, they put this on us because they're saying that we use their fields and their facilities too much. But the same can be in reverse. And I think it's great to hear that the mayor is going to try to resolve this, because we really should be keeping the kids together because they do go to school together. So I look forward to seeing this coming off of our residents' fees for rec programs in the future.
Agree. Okay. Anyone else like to come up? Oh, thank you.
Joe Scalia, 813 Ridgewood Boulevard East. There's a couple of quick topics. I want to thank the council and the mayor. I think the past several years, the town has seen a lot of transformation, regardless of people's opinions. It's nice to see new things happening in this town. The firehouse, the basketball courts, intersection, finally paving Pascack Road. The amount of potholes and the noise coming from that road hears in many different roads across the town. So I just want to thank the mayor and council for making progress. I said, regardless of politics, the town is better off in the past several years than it has been in the past 5 or 10 years. So thank you. As we continue to expand as a community, there's several things I would ask to look at around ordinances. If possible, looking at limiting the number of rental properties in town. I don't know if that's possible, but this community is meant for single-family homes, and there should be a limit on rental properties in this town, limiting to a certain percentage of the total community. So you could keep the framework of this town as residential homes and not apartment complexes or other high-density housing that may want to come in at a later point. So if that's feasible, the mayor and council can take that on as we move into the new year. Obviously, with some of the enhancements we've made, the swim club has been a great enhancement, regardless of, we're still determining what to do with the property. Having property, right, we can't have more property, we can't expand our town limits. And that acquisition was a very smart decision. Now, along with that, we have 450 that hopefully will be decided today or tonight on the purchase of 450. I would ask the council members to really continue to vote on that. I congratulate Mr. Pollard for negotiating a purchase price. And I hope tonight we can put this to bed, something that's been going on for over 10 years in this town, of a property that's adjacent to the center of our town and our sporting facilities. So I want to thank you for what you've done so far, and hopefully we'll make the right decision tonight on 450 and continue that momentum into the new year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Pat Pachalik. I live at 677 Meissen Street. Mine is a much more mundane comment. Meissen Street is a dead-end street. There's 8 houses, 4 on each side. I can't tell you how many people come down the street and make a U-turn back out onto Washington Avenue. Is there a possibility you could put a sign at the beginning of the street that says it's a dead end? We have people parking now in the front of their driveways, so no one makes a U-turn into their driveway. That's my request. And might do for Burke Street too, because they're also dead end, but they're much longer. I don't know if they have the same problem.
Say it one more, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I said Burke Street, the next street up is also a dead end, but they have a lot more houses on it. Our street is very small.
There's not a dead end sign on the street?
No.
Why?
There's never been.
Never been?
There's never been one, no.
Okay, that's not a heavy
Hope to be
lift, I
one
don't
soon.
think. I don't think that's a heavy lift.
We'll talk to the police about it
Yes.
and get one up.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Feeney says that's a great idea, a good idea.
Should have been done when they built the street. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to come up?
Hey, good evening, Dan Paolucci, Wayne Place, Washington Township. I spoke at the last council meeting, mentioning that I was concerned specifically with the discussion about the traffic volume issue with Washington School and the transfer of liability onto the few properties there, about 10 houses, town residents, as opposed to the 2,000 or so properties in the town. The town currently maintains that area. From some research I've been looking, and my wife and I have been looking, it doesn't seem like liability is made as a major issue. But with that, I also have concern about town expenses. And I would like to request the council, administration, the mayor to invest money on the loop, redirecting the volume of traffic onto Board of Education property, and using our town funds that way rather than any sort of special assessment or using tax dollars to do more construction on town property when the problem could be solved by relocating the traffic volume onto school property. I also did say last time I spoke, requesting the council and town to be one voice, one unified voice, to speak with the Board of Education in voicing your hopeful support of having the school district relocate school drop-off and pickup onto Washington school property. I see you are doing that, one voice with the ordinance that you're considering passing today. while I disagree with it, I would echo what Joe McAllister had said and Congressman.
Hey, thanks.
I promoted him to councilman. Maybe next election.
No,
Councilman
this is it.
Cascio.
This is it.
If the council's major point is that the governor is overstepping or the commissioner of education is overstepping, I would ask you guys respectfully to please reconsider voting on this tonight and maybe rewording the ordinance and voicing that concern about governmental agencies and governmental bodies overstepping their role and voicing it in that way, rather than using some hot topic phrases. Parental rights being the one I'm alluding to, something that many people can support by the phrase itself, but it is a loaded phrase, as one of the previous speakers from the protected class that spoke before me mentioned. So I would respectfully ask you guys to please reconsider your vote tonight and maybe reword the ordinance, respecting that you guys have been elected to these positions and have the right to put these motions forward. Based on my professional background, I actually read this and it makes me think of, in terms of real estate and actually in terms of, believe it or not, dramatic literature, many of the artifacts that I have read on redlining, which was supported by mortgage companies, governmental agencies, banks, steering, if you know real estate steering, which many professional agencies have supported in the past, which really defined what our suburbs look like now.
45 seconds left, sir.
Which is why most of the people in this room look like me and not different from me. I feel that the way the ordinance is written now is very divisive. And for us to promote ourselves as a stigma-free community, I believe this ordinance almost stigmatizes us. So I would ask you to please at least reconsider the way it's written, so that we can still promote ourselves as a very inclusive community, which I do believe those of you who support this believe we are. But the way it's coming off to some of us does not come off that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we knew that.
And you're not.
Thank you.
You can come up. You can come up.
I'm well aware of that. Thank you for this. Thank you for the support, though.
Anthony Udina. I just want to thank all of you up there too for all your efforts regarding 450 Pascack Road. And basically, I appreciate your support on ordinance number 23-15 tonight. So I just want to say thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Irene Fenarjian. I am here in support of the resolution for parental rights. I believe that parental rights have been systemically challenged in this state throughout the country. I think that's wrong. The best advocate for any child is their parent. And to remove the ability of that parent to have full access to every information that is affecting their long-term health puts that child at risk and discriminates against them, against the very issues that they're supposed to be protected from. We must continue to stand firm on parental rights and keep them in place So I appreciate this resolution as it is written. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up?
Jameson Moran, Wayne Place. I just want to echo a bit of what my neighbor Dan was saying. I know in the past I brought up no parking during school hours. I don't know where we stand with that. I know you guys are looking into it. I also feel that pickup and drop off should be on school property. And I do think that no parking during school hours would free up some of the traffic because the street is not big enough for 2 lanes of traffic plus parking on one side. And when you have the parking on one side, people are crossing over the 2 lanes of traffic to get to the walking lane. And even if you have sidewalks on one side, and listen, if sidewalks are the answer, I'm all for it. I go for it. But I don't see how it's gonna be the answer. But I think we should have the drop-off pickup on school property and no parking during school hours. And I don't know if short-term you can finish off the driveway in front of the school. I know that they just redid the driveway, so it's probably not going to happen, but going down the hill, so kind of like how George has the half moon in front.
Yep.
You can do that, go right down, do some grading, go right down School Street, and I think it would probably be a lot cheaper than even though it's going to be $500,000. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot more for sidewalks, but I can't imagine some of that grading and paving a little bit more of a driveway. I don't think that's going to be that much. Again, I don't know, but I would say even if it is 500, it won't be more than that. I don't think anyway, but that's what I got.
That is what I envisioned too with the grading. I know we talked about, I think our engineer looked at it and said that we couldn't do it, I believe, because of the steep. But I was thinking if we did spend the money and we made it so that you could drive on it and we were able to grade it, that was kind of my thought as well. It would be money well spent.
I don't know if anybody's been there, but Northern Valley Demarest, the back, I'm pretty sure on Columbus, they have an extremely steep driveway going up, and it doesn't seem to be a problem for them.
I haven't been there.
Yeah.
It's one of the high schools.
So, and if there is an update on possibly enforcing or trying out the no parking during school hours, I don't know if that has been talked about or.
You'd have to.
Yeah, the chief and the traffic officer are still considering that as an option.
Okay. Is there a timeline or?
Let me say, when I presented it to them, I didn't give them a timeline, but it's been a while, so I will certainly follow up with them.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make a comment as a parent that's there every single day? The no parking works, but it just pushes the problem further out. That's what it's doing. It's not solving anything. And whether it's sidewalks or something the school does, we're going to pay. Regardless, we're going to pay either through our taxes, municipal, or our school taxes. So that's, I think if the school takes that on, it's going to be an expense to them. That'll just be passed to us.
I think the problem is that my concern is we're going to pay for the sidewalks only to find out it didn't fix the flow, and now we're going to pay anyway to finally fix the flow. So that's why I'd almost rather go in reverse, pay where you're going to see your money. You know the traffic flow is going to be fixed if you fix the flow.
But whether we do it on one side or the other, we're going to pay.
You're right. So proposing that we would pay anyway, we do it.
But we have to
put it in the budget instead of it being sidewalks. It's for traffic flow. I see what you're saying. You're going to pay whether it's through the school or yeah.
So.
I'm all for that, but I'd rather spend money on that.
But as we know, moving soil is very expensive. But I'm saying.
Okay, that's too much.
Sorry.
All right. So guys, there's that passion again.
I'm just saying, one way or another,
yeah.
we're gonna pay. So.
All right. So we all agree that it definitely needs more attention, and the mayor is going to circle back probably by the next meeting to have more information, and just to have it in your, like on your radar, at least part of the council. I didn't run it by everybody, but Councilwoman Velez and I would love to kind of explore potentially, you know, the money that we were allocating toward the sidewalks. Maybe we could actually look at, you know, having a more in-depth discussion with the BOE and being, you know, I guess throwing the idea around of potentially paying for the loop around instead of the sidewalks. So just please put that on your radar.
Yeah, I'll see when the school schedules the meeting with us,
Perfect.
and we'll put that on the table with them also.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Great. Who's that? Okay. Councilwoman Feeney? Is she on the unmute?
Yeah, I just,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
just
we
wanted
can-
to say, you know, please keep in mind, this is for the safety of the children in the town. Oh, I'll wait till Councilman Cassio is done.
Oh, he's talking to Mr. Poller, but go ahead.
No, that's okay. I can wait till he's done.
They're done.
No,
Go
we're
ahead.
done.
It's okay.
So I just want to make it clear, you know, everybody should be aware that we understand that sidewalks aren't in favor of the people who attend the meetings, but speaking with the parents, it could be very well that it's both, it's sidewalks and a loop around, or sidewalks and a driveway. It could just be the loop around and the driveway. So what's in the best interest of the child is also going to come from the police department and the engineers who are experts. So everybody really needs to be patient and working with us and the Board of Ed and the police department and the mayor. And we have to make the right decision. Being passionate about it is one thing, but we cannot push the safety issues to the side.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to come up? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I appreciate it. These rules. Anyone else?
In the back.
Sorry, yes, come on up.
Good evening, Michael Ullman. In the administrator's update, he mentioned the paving may start in mid-November, and I'm just wondering, are we getting too deep into the season? I mean, we've already had frost. I don't know when the first hard freeze is going to come, but is paving this late in the season recommended, or should it be deferred to next spring or early summer?
You stop him for a minute. Oh, don't worry about it. You can answer if you would like. I don't know if you have an answer.
Mr. Ullman, it certainly is a possibility that we won't have a program this year, road program resurfacing. We're certainly not going to waste money and perform resurfacing if it's not going to be done properly.
Is there a scenario where they would mill but not repave?
I don't know. I mean, it sounds possible, but I don't know. They have to start with concrete work. I know that, and there's not very much of it. So we're hoping that will be done very quickly. And then if the weather stays mild, I know it froze the other night, but it's been mild this week. There's a possibility that, it could get done, but there's also the possibility that it might not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then just with regard to the resolution that you're considering regarding your support of the school board, I guess I understand from what I've read that what the school board is doing contradicts policy, law, policy. I'm not 100% sure. The fact that the council wants to amplify that by offering their support, I feel is is an incorrect position. I don't think the council should be involved with the school at all, quite honestly, other than recognizing, a championship football team or working on infrastructure issues. I think this is a policy issue on how the school is running, and I don't believe the council should be involved with that. And in terms of amplifying what they're doing, that I understand to be against the law or against policy, I don't understand why we want to sort of amplify that behavior. So, thank you.
Okay. So to that, I would just say, I guess it's the same as the council shouldn't be involved, but the school really shouldn't be involved in intimate details with the children as well. So that's my stance. Okay. I guess they could say two wrongs don't make a right, but until that is corrected, I'm going to remain involved. Is there any other comments? Okay. Anyone else would like to come up? Okay, motion to close.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, ordinances, adoption, we have no second reading, introduction, first reading, ordinance number 23-14, an ordinance establishing maximum fees for participants in recreation programs. Okay, motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 23-14 at first reading by title.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolution number 23-339, authorizing publication of ordinance number 23-14 and scheduled public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Ordinance number 23-15, bond ordinance providing for the acquisition of lands in and by the Township of Washington and the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $825,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $785,000 bonds or notes of the township for financing such appropriation, 450 Pascack Road. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 23-15 at first reading by title. I'll motion.
Second.
Second.
Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolution number 23-340, authorizing publication of ordinance number 23-15 and scheduled public hearing. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Ordinance number 23-16, ordinance providing for the improvement of lands 464 Ridgewood Boulevard North in and by the Township of Washington in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, and appropriating $438,750, therefore constituting proceeds of a grant from the County of Bergen. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 23-16 at first reading by title.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Roll call. Jeez Louise. Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolution number 23-341, authorizing publication of ordinance number 23-16 and scheduled public hearing. I will motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Okay. Resolution consent agenda. The following items have been determined to have the unanimous consent of council and will be enacted in one motion. Should any item require independent consideration, any council member may have such item removed from the consent agenda. Is there any resolution that anyone would like removed from consent agenda for discussion?
Yes.
Which one?
342, 343, 344, 3450, 345.
3450.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 350.
Okay,
Don't make fun of the dyscalculia,
okay.
okay? 351,
Should have said, is there any you don't want removed?
Exactly.
I know.
I was gonna say the same thing, because now I'm,
So
Want me to go over again?
42,
Yes, please.
43, 44, 50, 51.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. All right, so I want to, for resolution 23-350, I'm going to make a motion to remove it from here and table it for discussion on conference agenda.
Okay.
For today?
Yep.
Okay. So your motion?
Second.
So,
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yeah.
Councilman Sears,
No. I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, yes.
I'm pre-thinking on something else.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so this is now on conference, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so then, okay. So resolution number 23-345, authorize towing services for year 2024. Resolution number 23-346, authorize a decreased change order number 1 final for DNL paving contractors in the total amount not to exceed $111,350.62. Resolution number 23-347, authorize the tax collector to issue refund to Brock Eichler LLC, Washington Town Center LLC by Jersey Markets of Washington, tenant in the amount not to exceed $15,367.42. Resolution number 23-348, authorize refund of recreation registration fees to Michael Wilson for 2023-2024 girls basketball in the amount not to exceed $165. Resolution number 23-349, authorize refund of recreation registration fees to Nyala Bhagarath for 2023-24 girls basketball in the amount not to exceed $165. Resolution number 23-352, authorize a decreased change order number 2 for John Garcia Construction Company Incorporated in the total amount not to exceed of
It's a reduction.
a reduction of $3,684. Resolution number 23-353, authorize modification of health benefit coverage for employees of the Township of Washington beginning January 2024.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You didn't see that?
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
You want to pull that one?
Can you pull 353? I'm
I
sorry.
didn't see it either. I had it marked off. It was on the other page.
Okay,
I'm very sorry.
that's okay.
Yeah, I would also like to have 353 pulled too.
So myself, Cassio, and Feeney.
Yeah, 3 of us.
Okay, it's pulled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So my,
Did you vote on the ones that are still in?
no, not yet. So motion to approve. All right, motion to approve consent agenda.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Let them do both. Let them do both.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yeah.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Okay. So
Okay.
23-342.
23, 342, as well as 351. There was a change order, and was that change order for $6,954 paid out of those bills between October 13th and November 1st? Mr. DeCarlo?
Excuse me, time out.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
What is it?
Do you know that they are?
I'm unsure. I didn't locate it.
What's the time now?
Shouldn't have a motion to discuss this
Oh.
one?
No.
No, it's already motions, right?
No?
Look, make a motion. I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay.
So moved.
So,
Well, he's doing,
Sorry.
no, well, he's doing two, actually.
okay.
Yeah, I'm doing,
I mean, he's actually asking.
yeah, I am doing two because I think they're
Related.
interrelated, okay? And that's why. If
All right, so-
you want me to just pull one, I'll pull
Yeah, you
one.
may do, I mean, the
You wanna do one?
problem is you can't really vote on one.
Right,
And then
okay,
you find the other, so.
okay. then-
But I guess you can make a motion on the first one, the 23,342. And then your discussion is to talk about 23,350 related to 2342,
Right, 351, yes.
right? Okay?
So,
So make a motion on 23,342.
Which you did.
And-
Councilman Cassio, second.
Okay, so now you're into discussion, okay?
okay,
And
so-
you can discuss the other one.
okay. So regarding that, now, we had a change order of an increase, right? Was that change order performed already? For John Garcia Construction Company?
So I believe that they completed the sinkhole for Beach and Robinwood and have not completed the sinkhole on Hickory and the Pascack Road.
Okay. So was that change order introduced to the council at any time?
Councilman Cassio, with all due respect, I understand the road that you're leading me down. I'd prefer it if you just answer the question directly to me as to
So
what
the
you're
question is
looking for.
this,
Yeah.
was it presented to the
So-
council with a change order, yes or no?
No, but I did inform the council that it was coming, and in order to save money for the township, the
Okay.
contractor told me that they were, are you going to let me?
Yes, I'll let you finish.
All right,
Yes.
guys, one
I'll
at
let
a
you finish.
time.
Go ahead.
one at a
If my
time.
answer is not important to you, I'll stop.
I'll let you finish.
Okay.
It's important to me, I
So-
didn't ask.
So in order to save money for the township, I kind of found out last minute that they were moving forward with the repairs of Robinwood and Beach.
Okay,
They have not performed the change order work for Hickory and Pascack Road.
okay. So half is done, right?
If you consider it half, I guess. yeah.
Okay, I'll consider half. You mentioned 4 roads, you said 2, so I'm assuming it's half. Okay, so here's my question, and here's the problem I have. We just went through a major audit in the township that said we had deficiencies, where that is one of the deficiencies we've had for a number of years through the auditor, and it's still continuing. So I want to know why it's still continuing. Now, your comment to me is, it's because it saved us money.
In the
Who
long run-
authorized the, who authorized the work for it to continue when it didn't come in front of the council with a change order? It's happened several times on several projects. So I have an issue with it. I love saving money, but you got to let us know as a council. That's our responsibility. So
Did I tell you that I
comment.
authorized the work, Councilman Cassio? Did I tell you that? Is that what I said?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So there was a change order, an increased change order that wasn't authorized by the council, correct?
Do you read the emails that I send you with this information?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. That's correct.
Okay, I'll leave it at there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll take it that that change order was not voted on by the council.
Well, wait a second, it's, this, you're saying you can't vote on it, or?
No, I didn't say I couldn't vote on it. I'm just saying that if there's a change order.
Yeah. I just thought you were,
No.
I thought you said. no, you
My
can't
comment
do
is,
it. Yeah.
if there's a change
I
order
got you. I see.
for any reason, decrease, increase, it should come before the council because that's in our audit report. So we're still taking audit reports from Lurch Vinci, and we're still not addressing the issue year after year after year. And that's my comment. So I'll close out 351 as well as 342.
Okay, just for clarity, because you're absolutely right, we did just go through the audit and that was one of the things. However, Mr. DiCarlo was proactively saving the town money.
I
Should
understand that.
something come up like that again, because we can't get together in time,
Mhm.
and we want to save money,
Right.
what do we do?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know how to address it, to be quite honest with you, because it should come in front of.
Because it was great. I
it
love
should
saving
come-
money.
It's right, and I like saving it too, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I do. But that's not the protocol. That's not the protocol. So we
Right,
have to come up with some type of issue. If there's an emergency,
It has to be a
do we
backdoor.
do we hold a special meeting to approve it? I don't know,
Okay,
Ken, do you do
okay.
something like that?
That's
That's what
what
I'm, that's what I'm
We could
trying
do
to.
a virtual. Can we
That's
not
what
do
I'm
a
trying
virtual?
to address.
Just have to have those, like.
Well, it's a meeting.
It is.
Special
It
meeting.
has
But
to
if
be
it's virtual for a special meeting.
A special
well,
meeting has to be advertised.
Right,
Then you-
that's the whole thing. I would have to have the
Yeah,
time
you have to
frame of
advertise.
advertising and.
Right.
all
So
that
we would
stuff.
have to go through all those steps for one change order.
For a change order, that's
For it to be within our,
that's the
So
way,
what-
that's the way it is.
Is there an alternative way?
I don't know. I'm not not
unless,
sure.
I mean, I'm sure we could pass an ordinance that speaks to special circumstances such as in like Mount
We could do
Mount.
that.
But wasn't there, when Lurch Vinci was here, he said that if there was an emergency, that we could write something. Remember, he said, and you can attach it to.
What he was referring to was
So
when,
I asked that question specifically in regards to some of these issues, especially with the emails that Mr. DiCarlo had said, and you said, listen, if the town is going to save money, then in all theory, a change order is a reduction. In theory, this would be a reduction. It's not a requirement. And he stated that during the meeting, and that's why I asked the question. And then I also asked the question, if there was an emergency and we needed the money immediately, that we would need to update an ordinance. So Daisy, you are 100% correct, and it's a really great idea. So these questions have come up, and I commend Mr. DiCarlo for saving the town money, and I'm sorry that you just got crucified over this issue.
So to find the solution would be to put it in an email, right? That's what he said. It could just be something as simple as an email and attached to the change. Mr. DiCarlo.
Mr. DiCarlo did that, yes.
Is that an option?
I don't know that I can say that it's an option to circumvent a change order. However, believing that I was being fiscally responsible
Special
and
circumstances.
preemptive in informing the council what was coming several weeks later, and I certainly could have gotten a phone call or an email or a text message, which 90% of the council take advantage, not advantage in an inappropriate way, but enjoy that privilege of doing so. I feel that Mr. Cassio, respectfully, Councilman Cassio, it may have been beneficial if you did read my correspondence. I would respectfully ask you in the future to please do so, because I try to keep the council very informed. I would certainly say that this is not the norm. Try to inform the council, which I believe I did. It is not the norm. We do have appropriate approvals before encumbering funds. What was specifically important to me is that I did not authorize the work. What I actually said was I was finding out last minute that the work was already being conducted. I would love to think that I'm in control of everything, especially every contractor that comes into the township. I knew what the plan was. I knew that it was going to essentially violate the purchasing policy by not having an approval of the council beforehand. However, I don't know what nth degree I can go to unless it's an aha moment of trying to catch me doing something wrong, which is where my frustration and aggravation came in my response to you. So, again, I don't know what more I can say about this.
Mr. DiCarlo, I'm not trying to catch you in anything, but there's an audit report, okay? And we've all made mistakes, and I'm not saying it's a mistake. I appreciate you saving the town money, I really do. But I'm trying to follow the audit report that we've gotten for the last number of years and do the way it's told, because I want to get that off the chart. We had 9, we're down to 6, I want to get down to 5. So let's come up with a solution, you and I. If there's a problem like this, let's do it the right way, because it's not done correctly, that's all.
We're going to work together. We've been working together fine. I'm not here to catch you, but I want to make sure from now on, if there's a change order, okay, especially an increased change order, less than it would have been, right? But still an increase, we have to go through that motion. I want to make sure we go through that motion.
Understood.
Okay, Mark, thank you.
Mr. DeCarlo, would you please reach out to Emergency and find out what would be an acceptable measure in regards to the specific situation? If we could get their recommendation in writing, we could add it to the file and add it to the procedures, because in my opinion, this would not be a violation to the audit report. It would be a reduction in cost, even though what is being said is inaccurate, because you did inform the council. So if you wouldn't mind reaching out to Lurch Vinci and finding out what the proper procedure would be in case we do have a short-term time frame where we need to get this done right away.
I certainly will. And, you know, again, fundamentally, I can't argue with what Councilman Cassio is saying. The change order approval from the council is supposed to come first. In this situation, it did not. I will reach out to Lurch Vinci and see if there's an exception to circumstances like that and for the future.
Council President, may I?
Okay, all right. So resolution should just.
You can pass those, we can vote on those.
Who is, oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
First, you're going to vote,
Roll call.
just. Well, first, yeah, you're going to the 23, 345.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't gotten off the 23,
Yeah, we're still
342
on
yet.
that, yeah.
Okay, so with that, just roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
Yeah,
Roll call.
that's what I said.
I'm sorry.
Okay, roll call.
Tough night.
This is for 342.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Lively, yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then am I going straight to 351? Did we just discuss that? Okay. 351,
Motion.
yeah. May I have a motion? I'll
So
motion.
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Council President, can I make my comment now?
Yeah,
Because it really applied to 351 anyway.
okay.
We're playing by the rules. You have now tied our hands from saving the town money. And the rules are the rules. But I'm instructing the administrator to no longer do this until an acceptable solution, if one is ever found, that it's voted on by the council and instituted. And, you know, I'm sorry you had to put up with this in a public meeting.
All right, we're going to discuss. Do we have a second for this?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right, so we're gonna roll call it. So we had the discussion on it already. Didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Okay, resolution number 23-343. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, discussion?
Second.
Second.
Oh, you motioned, you can't second.
Second.
Yeah,
Thank you.
discussion. Who pulled it?
I pulled it.
Okay.
I just want to know, if this capital budget amendment, does that for
Speak
the,
up, please, Councilman.
yes, the approved a capital budget amendment, is that for 450 Pascal? Mark? Is that part of the amendment?
Is that the supplemental debt statement?
The what? The capital budget amendment. What's your
The
capital?
approval, the approved capital and budget amendment, does that include 450 Pascal?
I think it will, but I didn't do that.
Okay.
Is that?
Mark, you have an answer? Hello, sorry.
To be honest, I have no knowledge of this was going to be on here.
Okay.
Hang on. Mr. Pollard.
Well, no, once mine,
It's
not my business.
Probably again, the ordinance. Capital.
Yeah, you,
Okay for the
I
bond?
was going to say, you know.
Yeah.
Safe to assume it's, the amendment is because of.
You got one okay for the bond attorney?
okay, that's all. That was my question.
That's what,
That was my question. I got my answer.
okay, so just for everyone who's listening, to clarify, that is for the bond ordinance that we just passed for 450. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
All right. 23-344, may I have a motion?
No, hold on.
Oh, you got
We got,
Three.
we're gonna vote on 343.
And,
All right.
Oh, you should, oh my gosh.
come on there.
Motion,
No, you did.
I mean,
Roll
roll
call.
call. Roll call. Jeez, Louise.
This is for.
343.
343.
343.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney. Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Resolution number 23-344, may I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
I just wonder what those improvements were to the building.
The word improvements is a generic thing. It just means you're accepting the work at this point. It's just a release of the
Gotcha.
funds were released and the maintenance bond went into effect.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I'm
Roll call.
okay.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. And then the last one was,
350 moved to conference.
no, yeah, and then 53, 353.
Right, so 53 is the next one.
Motion 353. I will motion, may I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. This is authorized modification of health benefit coverage for employees of the Township of Washington, beginning January 24. Who wanted this one?
Well, I think Daisy wanted, I wanted. Did you
Okay,
want to?
let's discuss.
Councilwoman Feeney wanted.
I'm getting punchy. Let's discuss.
All right, there was three of us, right? So I'll go first. Just wanted to touch base to see where our employees were. I know they weren't too pleased with this. This came around the first time. So
This is regarding the difference.
the difference card, correct?
So can we just confirm with the mayor and the administration that this is in regards to the different folks?
It is,
It is.
we're doing it right now. Go ahead.
No, I know. I just wanted to confirm that was.
So after the meeting where it was tabled and the police department and the union members from both the police department and the DPW had come to the meeting, I think we had set up an additional meeting for the union members to come back with their representation, everybody from the difference card that would be have input on it, as well as a very important member of the state PBA. It was a very, very progressive or productive, I should say, meeting regarding the difference card. Before the scheduled meeting, the police department was very proactive in getting us a laundry list, a very long list of open-ended questions that they felt they had. That ranged in very different topics, from is this covered to that covered. It was very comprehensive, which was each question was answered prior to the meeting by the difference card. Also in attendance was John Clancy from Trinity Brokerage. During that meeting, of course, the mayor and I were there as well. And we also asked for representation from our non-union members. So Ms. Witkowski was there, and Ms. Tarabokia was there as well as our health benefits coordinator, Ms. Apare. So during that meeting, I don't want to say something so drastic as it was like, a 180, but I think there was a lot more comfort and certainty provided to our members, our township employees, to help ease some of the anxiety of what will happen with this. And from that meeting, I can let the mayor, I guess, speak what happened after that meeting. But my impression, it was a very productive meeting. Every question that was hoped to, or desired to be answered was answered. And I feel that people left the room with some more certainty and some more comfort as to the program that's being offered by the difference card. And I can let the mayor pick up as to his communication afterwards.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, the police overall are happy with the plan now that their questions were answered to their satisfaction. We are going through what I consider a small negotiation because they're looking for a little something. And so obviously, we're still going through that, but it has nothing to do with signing the resolution. And, if anything, that will be handled in a separate MOU, memorandum of understanding. But it's very minor what they're looking for, but since it's negotiation, I respectfully can't discuss it here in open.
Any other questions on this?
Well, I'd like to know what the ask is, to be quite honest with you. If you want to do it in closed session, I'd like to have that discussion. So does this have to be done tonight? I'd like to table it until we have that information.
Is there like an open enrollment period or anything that we would miss if we tabled it?
Excuse me, give us one.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So yes, Councilman Cascio, I am prepared to update council with those negotiations during closed.
Yeah.
There's police matter, and I can do that tonight.
Okay, good.
Just to clarify, this resolution is more of a formality to approve the difference card, but also the health reimbursement account. And it's our next step before getting approval for the health reimbursement account from the state. Still, the resolution doesn't promise anything to any township employee or a member. It's just a formality to get us to the next step. So, none of the negotiations is mentioned in here. It's just the formality of what the difference card does.
Okay.
Hopefully that makes sense and makes you feel more comfortable. Everybody will feel more comfortable.
Any other questions or discussion? So roll call?
Councilman Cascio,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Wait, are we motioning to table? I'm sorry.
No,
No.
to pass, just for them to move forward with it. And then Mr. DeCole's going to discuss and close what the ask is.
She's not answering, so can we move to the next person?
Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
No.
I'm sorry, Councilman Cassie was talking, that's what I heard, that's why I didn't respond.
Okay.
Councilwoman Feeney?
No.
Council President Morgan?
Yes. Okay.
Yep, 3 yeses, who knows? I think that covers everything.
Okay. All righty. So we're going to adjourn to conference agenda.
We have a 5-minute break?
Can we just, we break and close? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right before, okay. Let's just do this because I want everyone to be able to go home.
Any motion to go to conference?
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Motion? We're going to adjourn to conference agenda. Motion.
So moved.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman President, can I make a statement before we go? I was remiss in doing it in my council report. Thank you, Council President. There will be a veteran service this Saturday at 11 a.m. at the public library. Everybody's invited to attend. Again, it's this Saturday at 11 a.m. at the public library. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
I'd like to come. Hopefully I'm available.
Okay.
Well,
All right, so we're going to move to current business. Mr. DiCarlo, I think you have the first under administration.
Yes,
The only.
I'm updating the Mason Street potential project. If council remembers, the residents of Mason Street more or less request council to fund the piping of the unnamed tributary that goes behind the residents on Mason Street, between Mason Street and Patek Road. I received a preliminary estimate from Boswell Engineering, high numbers ranging anywhere from 300 to 400,000.
depending on, you know, which material was chosen. Obviously, some material would be more costly than others. As council knows, Natina and Sons was awarded the bid to perform the work over at the commuter lot, and the drain to nowhere, so that's quality. Since we had a contractor in the area to try and get a better idea, a more narrow, you know, specific idea how much it would cost, we spoke with them on site, myself, the engineer, and a few other members from Boswell Engineering, as well as Anthony Tina from Tina and Sons Contracting. He provided, you know, basically an estimate of the work to cost a total of $154,485, broken down into an estimate of $94,893 for labor and $59,592 for materials. What wouldn't be included would be the engineering fees associated with the project. Generally, it's a percentage. It's not that that's how they always do the price, but for sake of trying to figure out what the total price would, it could be usually anywhere from 10 to 20% for engineering costs. And then I would imagine any legal fees that would be associated with establishing an easement. You know, hopefully, you know, that's something else I'm not thinking of. It's just very briefly stated. So you figure 154,000, then engineering fees, and then whatever type of legal fees that would be associated with establishing an easement, whether it's in the township or we ask the residents to burden it, because doing the project will certainly be a benefit to the property. Again, I'm just throwing out ideas. Ultimately,
Mr. DiCarlo, can you turn your microphone on?
please.
I hope I don't have to repeat that.
No.
So I guess I would ask for guidance, whether it's tonight or a different night, as to whether the council feels appropriate to move forward. If they did, I could certainly prepare a capital request for next year to do that work. But again, the purpose of this evening was to give you a more dialed in estimate to what the costs would be associated with that project. That's all I have, Council President, on that topic.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay.
$184,000,
No, we did that already.
No, we didn't. You do the best practice
not yet.
survey.
We did.
We did.
That's what
That's
Mr.
the first
Corcoran
meeting.
addressed.
Yeah. Oh, I thought we were going to talk about, that included the change in the law that I was going to talk about.
Best practices?
No, the LFN, isn't that the?
Local
also-
finances, no, that's the best practices.
Oh, okay.
survey, Local
So,
finances.
so,
Something else, elephant?
no, the pay-to-play law.
Oh, pay to play. When you said
That was
that earlier.
something you were gonna talk about.
I didn't see it on there.
Yeah, but
That's it?
that's
Part
kind
of
of,
that?
yeah.
Oh, that's
because
part of it, that's in the new one?
Yeah,
The new-
exactly, because it's included in best practices, so, just wanted to,
Someone forgot your initial.
oh, yeah, they didn't put my initials here.
No, because it wasn't on the agenda, he was just gonna talk about it.
No, all right, no offense.
Don't sign anything.
All right.
Right, if you remember, like, really quickly though, if you remember at the last meeting, I told you about a change in the pay-to-play law, reducing the contribution that's reportable from $300 down to $200. And changing also whether you could give to a county committee and you couldn't give to, you know, the rules and regulations that we talked about. Repealing the kind of law that we had because it was in conflict with this. So apropos of that, I got a call from John Corcoran, which is interesting because, and I drafted up an ordinance to do that, to repeal it and just kind of implement the state requirements. And along those lines, Mr. Corcoran called me up and asked me, "What are you doing anything about this thing?" I said, "Yeah, I am. Why?" He says, "Because it's on the basic, it's on the best practices inventory form. It's number 62, which says that the Elections Transparency Act made various significant changes to New Jersey pay-to-play laws. One of these changes is a prohibition on imposing pay-to-play provisions that are more restrictive than those in state law. The repeal of the law, the statute originally authorized local pay-to-play restrictions or grandfathering them is out the window, effective as of January 1, 2023. And then it says, has your municipality repealed any local pay-to-play ordinances or resolutions originally authorized by the statute that was repealed? So I advised Mr. Corcoran that I, in fact, had notified you of that already and that I was going to prepare an ordinance. He actually said that's fine, and he marked it off as being done. And so I just want to bring that back to your attention because we brought it up last time. And so I will have the ordinance on the agenda for introduction at the next meeting.
So we get another point. One more point.
Right, yes.
Excellent, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, that was confusing.
Okay. And then we're going to move to council ordinances and legislation. It's on here for clothing allowance, fire department officers and firefighters follow-up, but if my memory serves me correct, we didn't actually need a follow-up. We submitted back to them that we weren't going to do the divvy up between the officers, and we were going to have them do with it what they were going to, like spread it out evenly, or we were just returning it back.
I and they were under a different understanding, that you wanted them to come back with something. And so what was on the dais tonight is this one sheet where it's just representing the numbers they presented previously, but in a better format, because it spread multiple pages last time, and it was, I told them, I said, it's very confusing to me to read. I don't want to speak to the council, but maybe they're smarter than me, but you know, if I can't understand it, how can I promote it to the council? So we came up with this format where in one column, it shows what we currently do, the 3 towns they were able to compare to, and what they are proposing. And you know, as you can see, you know, they're looking for increases, but it's not, in most cases, it's not anywhere near what other towns are giving their people for their clothing allowances. So, you know, that's it. The only other thing I'll say, though, is if you want to move ahead with this tonight, because then it can do a second reading at the December 4th reading, and then it gives enough time for the payments to be processed in this year. If we don't do anything tonight, I don't know what it will do to the payments going into next year, or if you're just going to say, we're going to leave it as is for this year.
Won't they bound by the ordinance for salaries? Well, I mean, if you're doing a clothing allowance for this year, you can take action to change a clothing allowance for this year in this year. You can't do it for, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be effective this year. Now, next year, if you want to change it, you change it back, change it any way you want. It's not written in perpetuity. It's just an ordinance.
And tell me if I step over, but I thought the council's agreement was going to be shared among all the firefighters.
Right, so I don't know what
The truth of the matter is that.
No. The last time we talked about this, we pushed it back to the fire department. I see you, Tom. And we asked the fire department, and the chief and the officers to come back with a new plan, and that's what they did. That was
No, they didn't.
how we left it with
Exactly the same plan
So,
that's in front of us.
Right, but
It's just a different
no.
format.
Okay. So please relax. I understand. What I'm saying to you is that we pushed it back to them and asked them for a different plan, and they have now come back with the same plan. So that's what they're still proposing. But what I'm saying to you is that the way we left it with them last time was for them to come back to us again. So we didn't not say they couldn't come back to us. I specifically wrote down, we asked them to come back to us. But if they're presenting the same plan, then that's the plan they want to stick with.
Okay. Okay, so any discussion?
table limited, right?
Any discussion? It's the same plan, so my position hasn't changed. It's just in a different format.
Mr. DeCarlo, can we inquire to the chief as to, this is their final proposition to us? Have you spoken to him regarding this?
I took the lead with them on this, Stacy. And they're open to anything, but it ultimately comes down to the council decision. So if the council wants to propose something different, they're all ears. But I must agree with Councilwoman Feeney on this. You did ask them to come back. It's not, they came back with, same numbers, different format, because that's all they can think of. Like when you say it's going to be shared amongst all the firefighters,
Yeah.
that's too vague a term. And so the council has to refine what you mean by that.
So you have to take the number of firefighters and divide it by the total number that they have, and that's how much money every person should get. That's shared among the firefighters.
So you're not giving anything extra to the chief, deputy chief, battalion chief for their responsibilities.
I just felt like it was, there's money left over, which first and foremost, it should just, here's what I'm afraid of, and I'll be real honest. This is what I'm afraid of. When the budget time comes, we're going to look at the budget and we're going to say, oh, they did spend all of this money. So maybe they need another 10% on top of that. We're going to give them more. We're going to not remember the fact that we gave them what was left in their budget. We split it out among the top officers. So I wasn't 100% sold on this to begin with. But if we were spreading it out in fairness for everybody, that I can get behind more so than just giving it to the top people. That's me. I'm not speaking,
No, understood.
that's a conversation. So.
Could it not be divvied up in a percentage?
Council President, do you mind if I just answer it as a budgetary? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I liked what Councilwoman Velez was going, where she.
No, just a quick comment. If it was a percentage with, the higher levels receiving a greater percentage versus just a flat number.
Well, they do get a percentage.
It's an over. It's an over.
They get more money than the fire.
All right, so let me just kind of jump in just for a little clarification, at least from my point of view. I mean, all of this sounds wonderful except for one thing. You can't have a situation where whatever money you have left over, you whack it up, guys. That's not anything. That's authority to do nothing. Right now, you have an ordinance which says there's a clothing allowance, which is A, B, C, D, boom. You want to change it, you're going to have to change it to dollar amounts. I mean, you can't start saying, because it then becomes a function of what you put in the budget, what percentage people are going to get. It doesn't work. You're going to have to address the clothing allowance issue and make it specific. If you want to give a certain amount, if you want to increase the amount across the board and eliminate the officers getting extra, that's one approach. If you want to give a base, a bigger base to the rank and file, and then if you wanted to give something extra to the officers, that's another way. If you don't want to do anything and just leave it the way it is, that's another way. But you have to commit to a plan that specifically addresses what is the clothing allowance and who gets it.
Right. And again, I'm not saying we can't do things different or better than other towns, but the three other towns that they used, they're all locked into these amounts. So again, I'm just pointing that out to say it works for at least these three other towns. Emerson, as you see, has a range. I don't know who decides within that range what's actually going to be paid. But again, just looking at the numbers, my personal opinion is we should bring our people up to what other towns are getting. And so even if we just do that this year, it doesn't have any budgetary impact to the line item. And then we can address this next year in the beginning of the year before the end of the year.
So if we're looking at three other towns that are not compatible with our town, they got more revenue, how do you justify saying that, oh, well, look at Lake, they got a bigger pool of money than we do. So we got to make them like us. Now, I know they're saying, give us a little less, and I got to watch what I say here, so you just jump in and stop me at any time, But they have an ordinance, and you have to follow the order. We can't waver and change an ordinance in midstream. they have a budget, they can put it in their budget for next year.
That's good.
That's
Okay, that's it.
That's good.
Before I get legally bonded and thrown in jail or, you know, from the state
How
rules.
much more revenue does Emerson really make than us? I mean, isn't Emerson comparable to us?
Have you seen
I don't think
Emerson?
so.
No, they have buildings. and
They have-
they've got-
Yeah.
No, I think their budgets in line with ours are reasonably close. And number of police officers, number of firemen, the same thing. But I think also, hey, Councilwoman Velez, would you? No, excuse me, I'm still speaking, Mr. Sears. Councilwoman Velez, would you like to partner with me and Mr. DiCarlo on this to see if we can come up with a better resolution for the next council meeting and see if something we can vote on?
I'm sorry, I was listening to you talking about Emerson, but what's the jump to partnering?
You know, you had a good idea on the percentages, so maybe we could look at what they're proposing and come up with a better plan and work with Mr. DiCarlo and see if we can come up with something else.
I'm not opposed to working together, but according to Mr. Poller, we can't do percentages, correct?
Percentage.
No, well, it doesn't.
Budget? No.
No. I'm just saying an alternative doesn't have to be percentages. It could be another method. It could be whatever would work with the ordinance.
With all due respect, like I said earlier, if you don't do something this meeting, it can't happen this year because it would need a first reading, a second reading, the estoppel period. And so if you want to work on that next year, obviously it's fine, but it's either this meeting for this year or it stays the way it is.
And that's sad because if we value our volunteers, we should value the ask and keeping it in line with what the other Pasco Valley towns are paying. So I would make a motion to vote on this evening.
Okay, so we're gonna keep it as is. And we're gonna move on. So there's no financials, and for,
Are you going to introduce it, do it tonight?
What?
Introduce it tonight?
No,
Wanna wait for the next meeting?
No one seconded.
introduce what?
You just said you want to leave it as is.
No, we're not,
You don't have to do anything.
we're not doing anything.
Leave our old ordinance in place.
But this is an ordinance that you do every year.
So it wasn't, it wasn't.
24 wasn't done, you mean?
23 was not done.
23 wasn't done.
No.
Oh, I thought this was, I thought this was an ongoing.
Next meeting.
Haven't the rates stayed the same for a number of years? It's not something we do every year. It's something.
No, you do it every year, but you introduce it and you adopt it every year. We do it every year. Every year. at this
Even
time
if
we do
fees
it.
don't change?
We've done it every year. I have to look back, I don't.
Yeah,
remember.
neither do I 100%.
Every year we've done it.
Yeah.
Okay, but,
I thought there was an existing one that we would just fall back on.
well, let me ask you this, is there anything in the existing ordinance which says that it is only for the year? Or is it, or does it say, where's the ordinance?
I wouldn't think you could put that word in.
No, I think it's 2023 or.
It doesn't say, it does say 2023, then,
Let me
okay.
see. It's late and.
Are we looking for this?
No, that's the one that, the new one that I did, because.
Do you want the old
It's the
one?
old one, it's the old
An
one.
ordinance of
The old one
chapter
is right
87
here.
of the Code of Township of Washington, setting forth the rate of clothing allowance of officers and firefighters,
Okay, so it's
other
part of
fire
salary,
department and
yeah.
said municipality for the year 2023.
Do you, yes, it's right here. This is the one that was in our packet.
So it's covered for 23.
Right, but we haven't done it yet.
Wait a second, you reading my ordinance or the existing one that's in the code, is what I'm saying?
This
What?
is the one that was presented to the council a month ago.
Okay, that's the one that I did, the new one.
No, it's the same thing though. It is the exact same thing as what Dina had prepared to bring to the council a month ago.
Is it year specific?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's the same
Well, if you
exact
don't want
amount,
to change
same
it,
number, same
can
everything.
you motion to do this one as is? 'Cause
I'll
there's
make-
really no change.
I'll make a motion.
Well, wait,
Oh,
wait,
wait, no, it is. I apologize. I take that back. It's getting late.
Well, first of all, you can't make a motion on an ordinance, you have to
You have to
introduce
introduce
an
it and then
ordinance.
you have to adopt it.
So basically, what you're saying is you're putting on that existing ordinance and you're introducing it. You're gonna publish it, have a meeting, And
Have a
then,
hearing.
and the hearing and meeting, and if you want, I don't want to use the word, but I'll use it anyway, if you want to pass an emergency resolution, which only means that it becomes effective immediately as opposed to having to wait 20 days.
But if we do it at the 4th and we advertise.
Oh, then you have enough time, okay.
We should be good.
All right.
But that's up to the council.
So it's the same ordinance that you're gonna move, if you're gonna move tonight. Right?
I don't have last year's with me. I'm just saying, this is the one that was brought to the attention of the council a month ago, or 6 weeks ago.
Let me see it, let me see it.
And it's the exact same thing that you did, because I said to you, what's different and
Should be in
different.
360.
And then what you would put together. No. No, there was one where we changed, it, and I changed it. Yes.
Almost
This
2
is the
years.
new, Sue, this is the new one.
But it's the same one that was.
No, it's
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right.
I bet you
Okay.
got
So,
Oh, you mean it was
Trust me.
There was never an ordinance before?
No, there was,
Oh, yeah.
it's late.
y'all do what you want
And
to
so I think,
do. Y'all do.
I think
Y'all do.
you guys are probably saying the same thing. But can you say it?
Just pull it up.
Whatever you want to do, Kat.
Okay, let me just see one thing, hold on one second.
If they don't spend it, right?
Because I told him, I said, what's different? He said, it
The,
was one word, as we already did that.
next,
No, that was-
not the
that was
next
the
year,
will.
but the following year.
But that's it.
So they didn't
That's
spend
the
it.
exact same thing.
What did
Let
they,
it ride.
they gave us an ordinance for this.
He gave me that.
And
And that was what it was here.
And I
It was the
didn't,
same
and I
thing.
didn't like what she did.
No, it was,
And then the following year,
it was
what
what
do?
it was what we did with you guys.
Actually, so let me just, let's go over this, all right, before you start introducing stuff. Okay, so basically, let me just go into it. So basically, it's, this one's providing, all persons holding positions in the Office of Fire Protection shall be paid the clothing allowance in the amount set forth herein, provided said persons have had more than 50% attendance in public fire duty and drill. If the person entitled to an allowance is a paid employee with the township, such allowance will be paid through the payroll system. So everybody gets $725.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so that starts out with everybody getting $725, okay? Now, then it goes on, it says the following fire department personnel will receive a clothing allowance in addition to the $725 referenced in section 1 above in the amount set forth herein. And that's where you have the breakdown. The chief of fire protection gets $1,775. The assistant chief gets $1,050. Battalion chief and captain gets $925. Lieutenant gets $825. Mechanic gets $375. And it's retroactive till, for January 1, 2023.
Battalion chief and captain get what?
970?
$925.
Oh, in the
And
one
the
paper.
battalion chief gets $975?
This paper
Battalion
says
chief.
975.
Yeah, this one says something different.
Okay, so that's what they put. Oh, let me see, hold on one second.
And the ordinance says
All right, well, you can
925.
change it. I mean, a pen, I can always change it. A pen, if that's what you want to put in this one, 975.
Battalion chief 975 and then captain 925, which would make sense.
Oh, that's a little bit newer than what the ordinance would
Oh.
be. Yeah, that's a little bit new. So I could change, if you want that, I can do that. You want to do that?
Yeah, we'll move it, we'll make it.
All right, okay, so now you have two of them. So now we go, right? So you have the battalion chief is different than the captain, right?
The captain's here.
So the captain does get the 925, right?
Mhm.
So why don't we just put down,
The battalion chief gets 975.
I'm gonna put the battalion, I'm gonna keep this. It goes down, I guess, right? Yeah, all right. so-
Well, he put them both here, so they should be separated.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, separated.
So I'm just, okay, so battalion chief's gonna get 975, right?
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna take this out. I'm gonna put, this is the captain of fire protection. Right? So take that off there. So the battalion chief gets 975, right?
Mhm.
And the captain gets, battalion chief's at 975 and the captain gets 925. No, I'm,
Do you want to know what last year?
oh, so that changed, so they changed it all, they changed it all.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the same ordinance that was on.
Okay, but I'm just saying this, look, let me just say one thing. I did an ordinance based on what they brought last time. This piece of paper is not what they brought last time.
Correct.
There are changes on this.
Like, that's brand new. I got
And these are different. This is not the same, by the way. These are different numbers. guys. These are different numbers.
These numbers are
These
not what's in the
these-
ordinance.
This is not the ones that they gave us last time.
It was represented to me that it was,
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
apologize.
yeah. No, I don't want to say it, and I'm just saying, as I'm sitting here now, I know that I did the ordinance based on what we had last time, but I changed the wording because it didn't work.
Right.
Now, as the council president's pointing out, the numbers are different. So,
Let's table this.
Well,
Yeah.
or we do kind of, well,
Can we just?
We'll
I'll
table
second
it.
that motion.
We'll table it. It's too late to make these kind of decisions
Can you-
and we will
Can we find last year?
start fresh.
I do, yeah, last
2022.
year's, yes, we
Okay.
have last year's. I have last year's right in front of me. 22-20. But again,
I thought if we tabled it, it wasn't gonna make it in.
but if you do an emergency resolution approving it on the second reading, you're okay. So we introduced on December 4th.
You got
can do
time.
the Second reading.
You can do that.
With an emergency resolution.
Why are we tabling?
because they changed the numbers. They changed the numbers.
Okay, because the numbers don't match. Okay.
Well, this is what they came back with, so.
Yes.
Right, that's-
Wait, do the numbers not match or they came in with a new
They do
proposal?
not match.
That's what I,
They do
or
not.
did they commit?
Nope, these, the current numbers do not match what's in the ordinance.
Stacey, I believe I emailed it to you today.
This would be.
I know I have it on the table.
And
I did not know you were not gonna be here.
This is actually the only one, I believe.
And this one was.
the case to the cabinet was changed.
Who can do these two calculations?
It's,
So the way I understand it, is the mechanic right now is the only one that gets this amount and this amount.
right?
So what they're trying to do now is say, everybody, I think the amount of 7.5, everybody's gonna get this, but in addition to that.
Yes, that's what we have.
These people
Get this.
are gonna get that in addition to some.
Yeah, that's-
So
that's-
that is not an inaccurate number. I don't know how I can point that out to you as to what it says.
Oh, you mean the way they're putting it on here?
The way that they just combine those
Oh,
two
they combined the
numbers.
two.
They combine it.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, all right. I got it. Okay, they're doing it with, okay, yeah.
They're adding that already?
Just that one line. That's the way I understand. The mechanic's the only one now, the way it's written, or the way it's
Oh,
currently
okay,
written, not
okay.
proposed to be written,
Right,
that got the two amounts.
okay, all right.
The other ones will just receive this.
Stacey, I don't have an email, I'm sorry. I'm
This
standing
was
today.
changed. Wrong
Wait,
terms.
no.
This one, no.
No, wait,
we
wait,
have to
hold
change
on,
it because
take it back.
they have the Italian, 975.
Stacey, I'm gonna email it to you.
All of these are gonna be.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why we're pushing.
Make a motion.
All right, motion to table.
It's been moved and second.
Okay, so a roll call, Sue?
I'm sorry, who motioned?
I motion
I'm so sorry.
and
I second.
Let's see your second.
can you? You can? Okay.
I'll second it.
Let's
Steve second.
Steve. Steve second.
Well, tabling is not really doing it.
But still,
That's why I take a chance.
make it a clean break.
Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
No,
Councilman Sears.
Yes,
Abstain, no?
I don't have to.
No, it's a
It's
procedure.
a procedure.
Actually, you're just not doing anything.
Yeah.
So you.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yeah, I asked you.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And Council President Morgan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So you,
All right.
just so you know, you officially did nothing, so that's okay.
Okay, it took a lot of time.
It's on the record, you did nothing, Tom.
All right.
Wow, that was a
Congratulations.
long,
Alright.
do nothing
All right.
record.
All right.
And
Stacey,
then,
I'll email that paper to you tomorrow morning, okay?
No, let's, this is for discussion. It's no motion, just discussion, all right? It's one, we'll just discuss.
and so now we're gonna discuss under miscellaneous, resolution number 23-350,
Proposed resolution.
proposed resolution number 23-350.
Right.
Resolution regarding the protection of parental rights by authorizing and requiring parental notification of material circumstances pertaining to their children.
So let me just start leading off the conversation with some of the things that issues that I see. And then it's up for you guys to discuss. It's your,
Okay.
you know, what you want to do, how you want to do it, if you
Okay.
want to do it.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to kind of just go over a couple of things that I saw. First of all, I wanted to say this is not my resolution. That's the first thing. Okay, this was given to us by Councilman Cassio, right? And somebody else drafted it. We were only given the resolution at the time. I'm just giving a little historical background to this thing. So,
Councilwoman Feeney, I believe, drafted it.
oh,
No,
okay.
no, that's the same one, no.
No.
It was the
So-
same one that's.
All right. So,
Okay.
um,
No, I did not draft it. It's the
No.
one that Councilman Cassio submitted.
Okay,
And
all
then
right.
she resubmitted.
Echo.
And then you resubmitted it, right? That's the one you
Right.
resubmitted. Okay, perfect, good.
No, I just added, I re-put on the calendar, I just resubmitted, it's pulled it up.
Okay.
Whatever.
okay, so basically, I really had,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
so basically,
Sue?
there was no backup to this at all in terms of any policy that the Board of Education passed that wasn't given to us, okay? I didn't see it. I don't know if you saw it, but I didn't see it. And the first time that it came to my attention was, I guess, somebody wrote in an email, attached it and said, this is not saying what the resolution purports to say. So now that I had the backup and looking at this resolution, I happen to agree that this ordinance, this proposed resolution, the way it's drafted, it's contradictory. It's saying they're commending the Board of Education for doing something when in fact they're not doing what you're saying that you want them to do, or the policy that you are in favor of, so to speak, okay? So that's the first thing, that's my first observation. So it had to change in terms of taking out these commending things and just getting to the core issue of and again, the substance of it is totally up to you, but there was nothing wrong with the substantive statements. I did take a look at the paragraph dealing with the lawsuits, because I know people are talking about lawsuits. But if you notice, all those lawsuits are lawsuits against the Board of Education. They're not lawsuits against towns. And that's for a very good reason, because you're not doing anything except expressing your support or non-support for a particular issue. And you don't have any binding authority over the Board of Education. They'll do exactly what they want to do, and you have no authority to do it, okay? So I feel comfortable that there's nothing that's jumping out at me saying that you pass this resolution, you're going to be sued for just passing this resolution. Now, if somebody's going to make the argument that a Board of Education member decided to break the law as they see it because you passed a resolution that said they should, I don't see the town getting, involved in that kind of a situation at all, okay? So it gets back to the original issue of whether you want to put a statement out of you're taking a position, is basically what you're doing, okay? But changing the commending routine out and changing it to just say, this is what the
Right here, be it further.
all the
Strongly
the Department of Education did what they did, so-and-so, and all of the other things are perfectly okay. I mean, and so what I did, just so you know, and I don't know whether you're doing anything tonight or not, but I did change the wording, and I gave it to Sue. Sue, do you have it? The resolution I did? Yes, no?
Say it again?
Sue, do you have the resolution that I did?
Yes, they had it. You all
Oh,
got it.
okay, you got it, okay, all right. So, I mean, all that did was basically take out the commending, and leaving it as the policy statement that it purported to be without the contradiction, okay? So with that, I'm definitely staying in my lane, and I'm not telling you what to do, what not to do. I'm just telling you the way the resolution was written, changing the resolution, what it now says, and now it's totally up to you.
How do I pass this?
If you want it, if you have to take a motion, it's like, it's a resolution like any other resolution. It's a resolution, take a motion,
motion to
second,
pass, okay.
and then you have discussion. If you want to have discussion, and then you take a vote. So-
Okay, so resolution number 23-350, motion,
Motion, right.
I'll motion.
Your
for-
motion.
Mhm.
He second, yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
discussion?
Second is Councilman Sears.
No,
Cassio.
Mr. Cassio.
You both on low voices now.
Yeah,
Wait a second, your mic is
Discussion?
still. Oh.
any,
So was this sent out an email or was this just on the dais?
Stacy, it's been a very long day and I apologize. Let me look at my email and see if it went out in an email. Because
Right, I
did not
don't see
know-
it, that's
yeah,
why.
I did not know you were not gonna be here. If I had known that, everything would have been zapped out.
No, it's fine. Just,
Sorry.
I don't see it in my, no, I just don't see the updated ordinance, so I can't make an informed decision on.
Wait, hold on.
So, it's a resolution, but it's the same one you and
Yes, it's the
Steve
exact
had,
same
the same one
thing,
you
just
have.
Changed a couple words, which I'm gonna
The
shoot.
word is just commend.
Strongly recommend,
Strongly, yeah, replace
strongly recommends
as
is what.
opposed to
Yes.
commend.
Yeah,
I'm
strongly
gonna send it to you right now, all right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it's gonna show the red line of what was changed. All right? This will be easier for you to look at.
Yeah, I did a compare, right, so.
Yeah, so in case somebody could question it, we had it.
That's a good comparison. That's a good.
Right.
Synonym.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there a discussion from the 3 council people currently here on the dais?
I am, I'm okay with the verbiage.
There's no attachment.
Oh, you're kidding.
I'm listening.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, is she talking?
No,
Okay, okay.
it's. I'm
So I am okay with the change in the verbiage.
Let's try this one.
But, because of my position in the school board, you know how I
You
feel
need to
about this.
speak
I
up,
feel strong.
Councilman, please.
I'm sorry. Yes, I feel strongly for this particular this resolution. But because I am a school employee, my vote will be an abstention at this point.
So if you abstain, it goes.
Yeah, well, that's how I am going to vote on this particular issue right now.
Okay. And I'm assuming the same for, because you're a teacher. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I have a couple of things I'd like to just say. You know, there was a lot of discussion this evening related to this resolution. And,
Did you get it?
you know, I echo a lot of your sentiments, Council President. I'm a parent. I want to know what's going on with my children, good, bad, and different. It's my right to know what's going on. How else do I help them? But I'm also a member of council, and when I'm up here, that's my focus. So I'm going to focus my energy on council matters, and I'm going to let the board focus their energy on Board of Education matters. With that being said, I am in the same position as Councilman Casio. I'm an educator, and I have to be very mindful. I wear 3 hats. So for that reason, I will also have to abstain. But I will say that I parent, I have conversations, and we need to teach our children how to have tough conversations. We may not always agree, but we love our children, and they have to be able to trust us.
Stacey,
So-
did you get it?
That is where I stand.
Okay. Councilwoman Feeney, do you have it?
Yes, I'm just looking at it right now. I just got it.
All right, glad
Okay.
you got it. Sorry about that.
Just need 1 minute. No worries.
Okay, so, let's see.
Okay, any further discussion or?
Yeah, if you want discussion, unless you're ready to vote.
No, I'm good unless anybody else has more discussion.
No.
Tom?
Do you have any? No. Okay, so,
Motion, you made it?
You made a
I made a
motion.
Motion, so you can vote.
Take your roll
So now we have
call.
roll call.
Okay, so
Discussion.
Sue, roll call, please.
Absolutely. Councilman Casio.
You know what, hold,
Wait.
wait, before you
Go
go.
ahead.
Before you take a vote, I'm going to say, I recommend that both of you recuse as opposed to abstain the way things are. I know, yeah, we did, we talked about, I'd say use recusal and not abstention,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Recuse yourself.
okay. Do we have to?
No,
No,
as
you're gonna-
the vote,
you're gonna
no,
say
as the vote comes
okay.
around, as the vote comes around.
Mr. Bauer, can you just explain the differences?
Yes, yeah, because under, people wouldn't realize this, but under our code, an abstention is a vote in the majority. So, and I'm sensing that there may be differences in voting here, so just to be safe, a recusal gets you out of the voting altogether. So that's why you take a recusal as opposed to an abstention. Okay.
Okay, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Recuse.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
I recuse myself.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. So the resolution will be on the website so that you could read it tomorrow. Okay. All right, and we are going to go into closed session. Resolution number 23-354, contract negotiations. Motion to enter into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will not be going back to public, right? No. Council will not reconvene to the public.
Don't talk again.
Okay. All right.
This was
Do you need a
before
break
the
now?
election.
Those are marshmallow clouds being friendly in the arms of the evergreen.